to the Chair, Honorable Speaker, that I believe there is support and insufficient support within the House for this adjournment.
Everyone, say everyone. Full.
I can see that this is unanimous. You may be seated now, members. Honorable members, as it seems that this motion has full House support, I direct that the House be adjourned at 4 p.m. For discussions to be held by members on this important matter.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
I now call upon the Honorable Gidhua wa Mashukuru to give you a statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Lands regarding compensation of land owners following compulsory acquisition of land by the national government for construction of Nairobi Western Bypass Highway. Honorable Speaker, in June 2016, the government of Kenya commissioned construction of the Nairobi Western Bypass Highway with the aim of reducing traffic congestion within the city. Construction of the Western Bypass was launched in funding from China Exim Bank. The bypass, which started town, then traversed into the northern eastern direction through Wangige, Kihara, Ndenderu, Rumingi, and terminates in Rwaka, where it connects to northern bypass. Honorable Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution, read together with Section 111 and 115 of the Land Act 2012, oblige the government, where it is exercises its power to compulsory acquire land, to compensate the affected landowners in a prompt, full, and just manner. Further to Section 125(1) of the Land Act require the government, through the National Land Commission, to as soon as possible, practicable, to take possession, pay full and just compensation to all persons interested in the land. Honorable Speaker, despite this express provision of the Constitution and the law, hundreds of landowners whose parcel of land were compulsory acquired to pave way for construction of the Nairobi Western Bypass are yet to be compensated by the National Land Commission. This is notwithstanding the fact that, as at 30th June 2020, the National Land Commission had 10,453,660,980 under an account number 010-100-3298-0000 that as at held at the National Bank, and that as at 30th June 2021, the fund stood at 13,726,032. The funds are idle and acquire interest, yet the landowners who surrendered possession of their land, the funds are idle and acquire interest, yet the landowners who surrender their possession of their land early to the government are just in trust that they would be compensated are full and in timely manner. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Lands on the following one. Could the chairperson explain where the landowners who are affected by the compulsory accusation of land for construction of Nairobi Western Bypass have not been paid, yet the monies are available with the National Land Commission? 2, who are the beneficiaries of the interest earned in the compensation account held by the National Land Commission? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now call upon the Honorable Beatrice Chemngeno Kemei, member for Kericho County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I actually rise to request for statement regarding sexual harassment of female workers in various estates in Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor regarding sexual harassment of female workers in various estates in Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, it is of great concern that female workers in various estates in Kericho County have deplorable working and living conditions and have been victims of sexual harassment and abuse at the hands of male bosses. These vulnerable female workers at the estates with no other sources of income have no choice but to have sex with male supervisors in order to survive. Sex is reportedly demanded by supervisors in return for allocating lighter duties, for helping with securing better housing and guaranteeing their meager wages will not be deducted. It appears as if all the supervisors are male and hence no consideration of female parity. Female workers who refuse sexual advances from male supervisors pay a high price and are given too much work or allocated work in lonely and dangerous blacking zones. These estates do not adhere to the policy on sexual harassment. As a result of this despicable and inhumane treatment, these workers have contracted various sexually transmitted infections, including HIV and AIDS, eventually losing their lives. Honorable Speaker, it is high time that the rights and dignity of female workers is upheld and respected by male bosses in tea estates. And it is against this background I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the following. 1, could the chairperson provide concrete information on the allegations of sexual harassment of female workers in the various tea estates in Kericho County? Could the chairperson explain what measures the government is putting in place to protect the rights of female workers in these tea estates? Could the chairperson explain measures the government is putting in place to ensure these tea estates adhere to labor laws and implement policy on sexual harassment? Could the chairperson consider carrying out investigations into these heinous acts, ensure culpable perpetrators are brought to book and justice is served to the victims? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
As this is a very urgent, very important matter, and I know that there were other members who had attempted to make statements to that effect. I now call upon the Honorable Beatrice Alachi, member for Dagoretti North, to weigh in on this thing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 84 to make it a personal statement, but also for the women of Kericho, and I want to thank the women rep of Kericho. But Madam Speaker, let me just read my statement after looking at what happened on BBC yesterday night. Dear honorable members, today is a very difficult day for me as a woman, a leader, and a citizen of Kenya. Today, I have been reminded that slavery still exists in this nation. Today, I stand dejected because this slavery has been going on under our nose as leaders, because I cannot explain how a man has violated women in tea plantations for 30 years and nothing has been done. Today, my fellow members, the tea you drank this morning is laced with blood. Blood of women who have been raped on the same soil that they work tirelessly to fend for their children. Land that up to today cannot be explained how multinationals acquired in the guise on investment, watch with flowery policies as generations of women get raped one after another, year after a year, and everyone around them turns a blind eye. Some of us are very incapable, Madam Speaker, of turning a blind eye to such atrocities. And BBC last night aired a documentary that took them 18 months to investigate, to capture the voices of our mothers, sisters, and daughters in the hands of Jeremiah Koskei, John Chebuchok, Samuel Yebei, and John Asava. The crime of rape in tea plantations is one that never stops. It is one that no one wants to stop. But I want to believe that this House will do everything within its powers to stop it today. This crime is one that is prosecutable under the Sexual Offences Act, yet goes on unbattered because no one wants to hold multinationals accountable. How else would we explain our silence 11 years after the Kenya National Human Rights Report on the same? The media has now chosen to highlight it, and I take it to the doorsteps of the Unilever and Finlays. Our undoubtedly members has been exposed, and we cannot remain silent. If we do nothing, we will, and what will we tell the women of Kenya? Do we care? Do we value them? Are we so interested in profits that we turn a blind eye to such atrocities that can only be equated in modern days of slavery? Madam Speaker, I am asking today, who will give justice to these women who work in Unilever and Finlay's tea plantations? Who will give justice? I am asking this House to ensure the multinationals and not continue to sexually abuse our women on the same soil of our forefathers. It is an abomination and a curse on our land when the cries of our women are defended by money in the name of investments. Lastly, Madam Speaker, first step today is Joseph Chepchok, Jeremiah Kosgei, Yebei, and John Asava to sleep in jail tonight. We call upon the CS. Then we can take the next step, Madam Speaker, that no woman is safe when they are still roaming around. Multinationals have to be accountable, and no more flowery sexual harassment policies on paper and nothing tangible to show for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is very sad for those women of Kericho who are now HIV positive, even their families and their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elachi. I now call upon just one more member, the Honorable Chepkosgei Muge, member for Nandi County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to give my comment on the said statement. Honorable Speaker, this morning we woke up to very sad news about what has been happening in Kericho in the multinationals, Honorable Speaker. Now, Honorable Speaker, I also come from a tea growing area where we have multinationals. And allow me to quote, Honorable Speaker, a Kiswahili saying that says, ukiona cha mwenziwe kikinyolewa, chako kitie maji. Honorable Speaker, this is not an isolated case, and it's not only happening in Kericho. It is actually happening everywhere and in every workplace in this country. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that has not been given adequate attention. It is a matter that actually affected so many women and so many people in this country. It is a matter that is actually affecting people who are trying to fend for their families, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the details of the happenings that happened in Kericho as they were exposed, they are extremely serious, Honorable Speaker, and they are actually horrific, so to speak. They do not have a place in this country, Honorable Speaker, and they do not have a place anywhere. Honorable Speaker, as you can see, and as the expose went, you can see that this is actually an endemic issue that deserves urgent attention, Honorable Speaker. It deserves adequate and urgent attention from all stakeholders for justice to be served and for the perpetrators to be held accountable, Honorable Speaker, and for them to be used as an example, Honorable Speaker. I can only say one thing about the perpetrators. Actually, Honorable Speaker, these are perverts who do not deserve any leadership position. They do not deserve any hearing in this country or anywhere else. They should just pay for the heinous crimes and acts they have committed. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell the workers of the multinationals in Kericho and in this country at large, Honorable Speaker, where these things are happening, that the women and the members of parliament in this parliament, Honorable Speaker, will stand with them, and we will ensure that justice is served adequately and they are all brought to book and they are used as perfect examples of anyone who would want to sexually exploit the women or even the men in this country, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we want to also tell the multinationals that we want to see things happening, not things on paper in regards to sexual abuse and harassment in places of work, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't have good policies on paper, but the actionability or the implementation of the said policies is zero, Honorable Speaker. We will be holding them accountable so that we have conducive working environments for our people who are trying to fend for their families, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, as the committee that has been committed, we want to urge them to give us a very comprehensive report for us to be able to use it first to serve justice, and secondly, Honorable Speaker, as a stern warning to anyone who will ever try to do such a thing. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nandi County. Honorable Muge. One moment. This particular statement will be referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor, and on the one for the Honorable Gidua Wamashukuru will be referred to the Departmental Committee on Infrastructure, Transport and Roads. And I think they will have 2 weeks to respond to it. Thank you. Next order. What's your point of order, Honorable Gikaria?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order to seek your direction. Honorable Speaker.
Standing order number?
Honorable Speaker, we have this office that was built and meant for offices of members of parliament that also houses, I think, 15 committee rooms. Honorable Speaker, we were unable to have our meeting today as Committee on Environment because when we inquired yesterday, we were told there are no rooms for us to be able to meet. Honorable Speaker, we would want to give a direction as to when do we expect these offices to be finalized, and the offices can be accessed by members of parliament and committees for that matter. Honorable Speaker, we are really going through a rough time. Last time we had to, I don't know how many committees were meeting at Windsor. Yet we have offices here that we can be able to easily. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, you could give us a direction as to when we expect to start using those facilities, which I want to believe PSC has spent quite a substantial amount of money for us to be able to start using those facilities. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think the clerk will have picked that from the Hansard and then will be able to give an appropriate response to be communicated from the Speaker at the next session.
Order number 8, motion. General debate on the proposal to Parliament to consider amending the Constitution and the standing orders. Resumption of debate.
Any members who may want to contribute? Okay. I know the last time we were here, Honorable Kirwa still had 7 minutes. And so we'll allow him to start. The Honorable Kirwa. Give Honorable Kirwa the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me to continue to support the motion on affirmative action by the President. Madam Speaker, naturally, in this country, women do get a raw deal on most of the issues, especially politically. And I do support as to why, us as Parliament, we need to make sure we abide by the 2/3 gender rule, which I believe it's overdue. Most of the countries, most of the parliaments have complied. Kenya Parliament have not. And we run into a situation where this Parliament might not comply to 2/3 gender rule. I do support the 2/3 gender rule. The other issue that I want to support, Madam Speaker, is the issue of NGCDF. In my constituency, most of the students and all the developments that has taken place in schools is because of NGCDF. And as of today, if the NGCDF will not be available, Madam Speaker, we will not be able to meet all the needs. We will not be able to support children from poor families. We will not be able to actually achieve what we want to do. So I support this motion to entrench NGCDF in the Constitution so that most of the families will get a chance to experience development. The other issue I want to support, Madam Speaker, is the issue of CSS coming to the floor of Parliament to answer questions. No, I'm not supporting this motion for 2 reasons. I don't support this motion because if we give the CSS the permission to come and answer questions, what will the committees do? The responsibilities of the committee is to actually hold the CSS and answer the questions. But if they come to the floor of the House, then the committees that has been given the responsibility will not have the powers. And so we will be weakening the committees. So on this particular motion, I actually don't support it. 3, I think we need to entrench, constitutionally, committees have a responsibility to the people of Kenya to act as oversight. And if we don't give them that power to act as oversight, then the CSS will be able to get away. I would suggest it stays status quo, whatever it was, it continues, but not take the powers to allow them to come to the floor of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now call upon Honorable John Waweru, member for Dagoretti South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do rise to support this proposal by the Kenya Parliament to amend the Constitution to accommodate, among other things, the things that have been listed by the earlier speakers. But Madam Speaker, for me, the biggest concern is the issue of us decentralizing money from the center. Just as we are pursuing the decentralization of monies from the center at Treasury to come to the constituencies, Madam Speaker, I think there is a case that can also be made for the decentralization of monies from the county governments at the center to the wards, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we as members of Parliament understand the benefits that have been accruing from decentralizing monies to the constituencies. Madam Speaker, I do think that this opportunity we have is the opportunity that we can use to give the same benefits to honorable members of county assemblies who are elected leaders like us, sitting in legislatures like this in 47 counties, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to propose that with the opportunity that we have right now, we can start working on the way of finding how we can decentralize monies from the centers of counties to get to the lowest unit of devolution, which is a ward. That is why, Madam Speaker, when we were doing the pre-conference, I did come up with a proposal. The proposal that we were calling the County Decentralized Funds, Madam Speaker, and if your memory serves you right, on the day that we were debating this motion at the pre-conference, there was not less than 5 members of County Assembly, led by the Honorable Member of County Assembly from Ngara, the Honorable Mwaura, who had come to witness Kenya Parliament debating these issues, hoping that we as Parliament can champion their needs just as we are championing our own, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in the interest of time and to save time for other speakers who will be speaking about us, I'm just using this informally to make it a notice that when we get to the third reading of this motion, Madam Speaker, I shall be coming with an amendment that will be seeking, as I said, to decentralize monies from the center of the counties to the lowest unit of devolution, which is the ward, and a fund that can be known as the County Decentralization Fund, Madam Speaker, to be administered at ward level. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and I do support.
Honorable members, I'm just following the list here on the requests, but if I call out your name and you've already contributed to this particular motion, you could kindly pass so that other people can have an opportunity. I can see on the list there is the Honorable Bernard Kitur, member for Nandi Hills. Had you contributed? Okay. Next is the Honorable Joseph Makilap, member for Baringo North. The member Makilap is not here? Okay. The Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for North Imenti.
Yes.
But you had spoken to this motion, hadn't you?
No, I have not, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Leader of Minority, I can see you have an intervention. You have a point of order? You had spoken to this motion.
Madam Speaker, he's taking my time. Leader of Minority is taking my time.
Honorable Leader of Minority, please have a seat. We have someone on the floor. I thought you had a point of order. Okay. All right, proceed, Honorable Rahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope my time will be increased because minority leader normally takes everybody's time. Madam Speaker, the bill which was, the motion which has been brought to change the constitution is a very timely one because we've tried to do it in the last parliament and the two previous parliaments where we have tried to do the two-thirds gender principle rule where Honorable Adan Duale had brought it a couple of times, and I think the Honorable Deputy Speaker as well had proposed something. Madam Speaker, we need to sort out this two-thirds gender rule. If it is to be passed, it has to be passed in this parliament. Otherwise, the way we were told by Justice Maraga, the Chief Justice then, Emeritus, where he said that we should dissolve this parliament. Madam Speaker, we need to get our act together so that nobody can go again to the Supreme Court and ask for a judgment so that this House would be dissolved. Madam Speaker, we have been told regarding cabinet secretaries appearing in parliament will not assist in any way, the committees will be moribund. It is not true at all because when the CSs come, they will not be able to answer all the questions. So the work of committees will still go on the way it is. It is just that when a CS comes, I remember in the previous parliament, we changed the standing orders where we accepted that the CSs would come and answer the questions. But at that time, I remember the AG, because I was in the House Rules and Procedure Committee, where the AG refused. He said by doing that, they would be demeaning the CSs and the work would not go on. But Madam Speaker, I agree with the President's reservations that we need the CSs in Parliament so that we can even question them. When they bring questions, we need to interrogate them if they are telling the truth. Because like many of the questions which are asked even today regarding security or the education sector, if the CS was here, it would be very, very easy. It doesn't mean that each and every member of Parliament would ask a question, but many members have got similar questions which could be answered. Madam Speaker, we need to even entrench the NGCDF, GAF, and the other funds which are there, the Senate Oversight Fund. Because, Madam Speaker, we all know, and whoever has served in Parliament knows the importance of NGCDF and GAF funds, because that is the backbone. I mean, we cannot be expected to cede our authority on NGCDF to the counties, which counties do not even, the monies they are allocated, we do not even know how prudently they use that money. So, Madam Speaker, when we are saying we want to entrench it in the Constitution, I think that is the right way. We will do whatever it takes to go and entrench NGCDF and GAF in the Constitution. Madam Speaker, we need...
One moment, Honorable Dawood. Honorable Rosa Buyu, you're next, and I see you're roaming around. You're next speaking, so take your seat. Go on, Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need, lastly, we need to do what needs to be done. We do not need sideshows that this is, we are going to be creating a system where it is a parliamentary system, whereas we had adopted the presidential system. Madam Speaker, what doesn't work doesn't work. And what works, we need to put it in the Constitution, what works. So when some of our colleagues, because of political interests, they think that because it has been brought by somebody they do not like, that's why they would oppose. Look at the laws in its entirety, the way it is going to assist us and the future, because we should not be thinking only about ourselves, we should be thinking how it's going to assist running of this parliament in a proper way, in a structured way, so that we can be working easily. Madam Speaker, we want to do these things like the two-thirds gender rule. We can be seeing how we're going to go about it. And Madam Speaker, we need even to sort out the boundaries review. Madam Speaker, the boundaries which were done in the year 2010 or earlier, they are due for review. And Madam Speaker, we do not want gerrymandering. We need our constituencies which are there, and we need, even if it is to do new counties, because we cannot have 12 constituencies in one county and then a neighboring county has got only 3 constituencies. Madam Speaker, we need those extra counties to be done and extra constituencies to be done, and which have to be scrapped, let them be scrapped, because that is the law. And if the boundaries review is done, Madam Speaker, I even want to urge my colleagues not to be picketing on each and everything, because that is not the way we are going to make laws. We need to make laws in Parliament, and this is the place to do it, and not outside the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate.
Honorable members, as we proceed, I just wish to recognize the presence of Sugoi girls in the Speaker's gallery from Tarbo constituency from Uasin Gishu County, the City of Champions. I also want to recognize the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association that have made today an African Dress Day. And as you can see, our women are fabulously dressed. Okay, I now call upon, to continue with the debate, I now call upon the Honorable Rosa Buyu, member for Kisumu West.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, and more than just being grateful that you're sitting on that seat on a day when the Kenya Women Parliamentarians Association have decided to make this an African Attire Day, I want to acknowledge the support that you give KEWOPA. Madam Speaker, we know that there are so many designers, small designers, sometimes even called tailors, in our small rural homes, who struggle to make ends meet through making clothes for members of Parliament and for other people, sometimes even school children, but they go unrecognized. Madam Speaker, what we are doing today as KEWOPA is standing up for these women and telling them that we acknowledge their efforts, we appreciate their efforts, and telling them that in the highest law-making institution of the land, we are proud to wear the designs that they make. Madam Speaker, when you look at the women this afternoon, they look smart. And the clothes they're wearing today have come from nobody else but the local designers. Madam Speaker, I, for one, what I'm wearing today is by a designer known as Jackie Obiero of Baltoni Fashions. This is a lady who has been a designer for over 20 years and has probably never been applauded for her efforts. But today I stand in Parliament wearing her attire and feeling really smart. Madam Speaker, you don't need to tell me that you think I'm smart, but I can see it in your eyes that you really think I'm smart. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the motion of the day. And right from the onset, I'd like to say that I oppose the amendment of the Constitution and standing orders. Madam Speaker, we know that the work of the committees is actually to interrogate even the ministers on behalf of the other members of Parliament, and indeed on behalf of Kenyans. Madam Speaker, when we allow those ministers to actually come into Parliament or onto the floor of the House, we are actually weakening those committees. And Madam Speaker, I remember the effort of BBI to actually make ministers be answerable to members of Parliament was thwarted by no other than the current government. Madam Speaker, why are we therefore in a hurry to make this about turn, to make ministers come to Parliament to answer questions? What is it that has just happened? Madam Speaker, I would also like to say that we have to make up our minds whether we want to go into presidential or parliamentary system. And if it's a presidential system, we must respect the rules of that system. Madam Speaker, for that reason, I stand to oppose and oppose again the amendment to the Constitution and amendment to the standing orders. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable Opio and I, Ugunja.
There is a tendency which is creeping into this house, which is very dangerous. The Constitution and the standing orders are very clear. Yeah, the precedence in this house starts with the Speaker, leader of majority, leader of minority. So in that order, that has to be followed. Otherwise, it will cause chaos in this house. Madam Speaker,
Honorable Pio and I,
that notwithstanding,
you cannot cast aspersions on the Speaker. You have already been given precedence. You are not the next one. So please take your time and address the motion.
I'm saying this for record. Yes. Let me contribute to this motion. And I will start by saying that all that I've said before concerning this matter stands. And for avoidance of doubt, I don't think it was even necessary for a communique or a communication of the sort that we are dealing with in this motion to come to this house in the manner it did. The House had already, on its own motion, commenced work on specifically the issue of NGCDF and those other funds. So there was no further need for any prompting. And my position on NGCDF and those other funds, including GAF, has been very clear, that indeed we need to entrench those funds in the Constitution. And that is the position of my coalition. Because of the clear benefits that have accrued from those funds to our people everywhere in the country. Coming to the issue of the creation of the position of leader of opposition, I still maintain and hold the view that the approach we are taking is not proper. It's not proper. My position has been that if indeed we think the time is ripe for reviewing the Constitution, which I strongly believe it is, then we must take a holistic view of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Because it's now more than 12 years since its promulgation in 2010. It's indeed ripe for review. But we can't do it through cherry picking, through patchwork. That will not be proper. I have also asked many times, and I've gotten no answers, as to what is it that we want to achieve by creating this position of leader of official opposition, whilst retaining intact the structure that we have currently, which is purely presidential. What, for instance, will be the role of the leader of official opposition vis-a-vis the role of the leader of minority party, for instance? Nobody is giving me any answers. I said, and I still want to repeat, that we must choose what we want to do. Agree to abolish this presidential system and go parliamentary route, or retain this presidential system with all its attributes without attempting to create a mongrel in the name of amendment to the Constitution. We cannot, as Kenyans, continue to appear as if we don't know what we want. And yet we really know what we want. The third issue is the matter of amending the standing orders of the National Assembly to allow cabinet secretaries to come before the full House and answer questions from honorable members of Parliament. Again, I've said this time and again, that you cannot do that by merely amending the standing orders. That would go to the core of Article 255 of the Constitution. Because any time you bring an extra person who is not contemplated under the Constitution to be in this House, under whatever guise, you are interfering with the functions of Parliament. And therefore, you are compelled under Article 255 of the Constitution to undertake an amendment through a referendum. There are no two ways about it. No two ways about it. And it's not rocket science. Any plain reading of the Constitution will tell you that you have got no two ways about it. So what is this rush then? To try and bring cabinet secretaries to the House through the back door? What is it that is not working now that you want to cure? We have been in this House under this Constitution for the last 10 years now. What is it that is not working with our committee system that you want to cure through these backdoor changes? What is it? Nobody has told me. Nobody. And this is not politics. We know where to play politics. We know very well. This is not politics. And I want those members who are here to listen to me very keenly. Because if we go this route, you will come to regret. We cannot open up this House to strangers really, in parliamentary parlance, to strangers. Because even when the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury comes to read the budget speech, he does so under very clear terms and arrangements. But to allow every other Cabinet Secretary to be thronging into this House every other day, purporting to answer questions directly from members.
What's your point of order, Honorable Owen Bai?
I wish you would allow me to continue. You know.
Just 1 minute. Read, Honorable Speaker, Article 125.
Honorable Opio and I, you have been here long. Please take your seat.
You know, I am getting amazed.
Article 125 of the Constitution says, either House of Parliament and any of its committees has powers to summon any person to appear before it for the purpose of giving evidence or providing information. Parliament has powers to summon any member to do that, either in committee or as Parliament. Thank you.
Continue, Honorable Opio.
Let me continue. And obviously ignore him. Because if that were the case, then why are you amending the standing orders? If it was clear that you can summon them, and you are summoning them even currently under the standing orders, this is not summoning. This is something else. But Madam Speaker, let me say this. On a matter such as this, you need to be very, very sober-minded. Because if you go this route, that you think this is a directive from Suji, whatever party, then you will come to regret. We, under the current constitutional arrangement, there is no room for a cabinet secretary to come to the House. There's no room. There's no room. And if you want to create that room, amend the Constitution. And for you to amend it, you have to go back to Article 255 because it goes to the core. It touches on the functions of Parliament. You have got no leeway to pass it through this House, even if you have 2/3 majority. You must go back to the people. That is the plain truth. That's the plain truth. So, our position, my position as a member of Parliament for Ugunja, the position of my party, the Orange Democratic Movement, the position of my coalition, the Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Party, and indeed the position of, I believe, majority of Kenyans, is that this route is dangerous, and we must shun it. So I call upon those like-minded members to join me in rejecting these proposals for the good of posterity. For the good of posterity. If you want cabinet secretaries to be in this House, say so. Let's amend the Constitution. Let those cabinet secretaries be appointed from amongst you. You, members of Parliament. I will be happy, even if I'm on the back bench, to be engaging with cabinet secretaries in the House as my colleagues. I'll be very happy. But to meander, to go around, to gerrymander, no, no, we are not part of that gerrymandering. We refuse that invitation. We refuse it totally, totally. And therefore, I want to caution the relevant House committee that is dealing with those amendments, that those amendments, those proposed amendments, the standing orders, are dead on arrival. And that if they come here, we should mobilize ourselves and reject them in toto, because they are unconstitutional ab initio, Madam Speaker. No amount of patchwork can cure that mischief, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that this House should be left alone to run its affairs. We don't want any interference from whatever quarter. Let this House run its affairs. And let this House maintain its independence. We may differ politically out there, which we should anyway. But when we come here, let's safeguard the credibility, the integrity, the independence of this House, and protect our Constitution. You know, we have said time and again that indeed there are defaults. Any constitution cannot be perfect. Even the American Constitution was amended. In fact, it was amended much earlier than ours. I'm sure Honorable Baya can recall the first amendment of the American Constitution, because we happen to have had some sojourn in that land. I don't know what we are doing there. I don't know. You have to tell me. So, Madam Speaker, so this is such a time that calls for bipartisan approach. Let me conclude. Madam Speaker, if you add me some 2 minutes to say something.
1 minute, please summarize.
Just true. Madam Speaker, as we do this, we must also reflect on where we're coming from as a country. In the recent past, we have had to contend with very, very, very unfortunate episodes. There is the recent remark by the Honorable Gachagua. You know, some of these remarks, some of those outbursts have got the effect of eroding the principle or the spirit of constitutionalism in this country. Madam Speaker, I was just looking at Article 27 of the Constitution. Honorable TJ, you can help me. Article 27, sub-article 4. And I may read it for avoidance of doubt. The state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any ground, including, among others, conscience, belief, age, color, origin, and so on and so forth. So if and proclaim that the state is now going to adopt an official policy to discriminate against persons or regions in this country on the basis of how they voted, then what are you calling for? What are you inviting? You are asking Kenyans to start nursing other thoughts. That if I don't subscribe to a political thought, if I am not a shareholder in your so-called company, then I must look for ways of fending for myself, including refusing to obey rules, to obey laws, and to pay tax. Then you will be calling for the rule of the jungle. You will be calling for the state of anarchy in the country. That must be condemned strongly by every other member in this House, regardless of our political persuasions. If you find yourselves in a position of responsibility, regardless of how you found yourself there, you must ensure that you conduct yourself in a manner that gives honor to that office. You must shun those primitive tendencies, regardless of...
Thank you, Honorable Pio Wandai. Honorable members, I can see there is a lot of interest, especially on the CBC motion. We only have 14 minutes on this motion. I would ask that as many can be able to contribute. We keep it short. I'll give this chance to the Honorable Daniel Carrizo, MP for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand to support this motion. The motion on CDF, the motion, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of noises. I don't know if
Continue, Honorable Carrizo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing to support this motion because it's a motion that is very important, especially on that gender rule. It's a motion that we will not avoid because it's in the Constitution, that we are all saying we want to uphold and protect. And we have no way but to support this motion so that the women, or rather the gender, be protected. On the issue of having the CSS coming in this House to answer questions other than the committees, I also support it because what the committees will tell us is not what we will be told by the CSS. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I stand to support. The issue of NG CDF, we also support and GAF that they be protected in the Constitution. And this being the House of Legislation, I believe, Madam Speaker, the MPs have the capacity to handle the Constitution matters and make sure that all these issues are safely handled in the right manner and protected as per the Constitution. Now, Madam Speaker, I support all those amendments, and I stand to support. Thank you.
Member for Sotik, Honorable Sigei. Honorable Moses Kirema, Central Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion of amendment of our Constitution at this moment. Madam Speaker, it's the right time that we should come up with the amendment since our Constitution has taken place since the year 2010 up to now, even though the said Constitution has not been implemented to the letter as it is supposed to have been implemented, because there are things which have not been legislated upon. But the articles which have been being applied and they require to be changed or to be amended, is the right time that we should touch on them. Madam Speaker, if you look at the part of the constituencies which are said to be have been protected by the Constitution up the year 2024, we have only 1 year, that's the 2023. And by the time of the year 2024, some constituencies may not be seeing the light of the day because they will be scrapped, for they have not met the requirements of the tenants as it is supposed to be in the Constitution as it comes to the population threshold. So, Madam Speaker, it's high time that we should allow the amendment of this Constitution in despite of the source where it has emanated from, because what's important is the amendment of the Constitution. Even though when it comes to that stage of amendment, I will bring that idea of amending the Constitution so that at least the constituencies which have been sent to be threatened by the existence of the Constitution, or whereby if they have not met the threshold, they are supposed to be scrapped off. As I heard a colleague of mine here saying that they should be scrapped off if that moment come in. We will come with an amendment to see that they still continue to exist. For if people have been given a chance to have a constituency, and now you come to tell them that those constituencies shouldn't be struck off, Madam Speaker, that won't be a source or recipe of chaos. Now, as I sit down, the idea of amending the Constitution to entrench the CDF and GAF should be at least accommodated by every member in this parliament. For without that one, we are being left at the mercy of those who call shots of the day, possibly the executive, because they may decide that today we are going to have CDF, and somebody else come in the same office tomorrow and says that we should not have it. We are the mercy of activists in this Republic of Kenya, whereby activists sleep one night, the following day, they go to court and they say that CDF is not in the Constitution. That's why I'm supporting the Constitution amendment so that we can have GAF and CDF in the Constitution. When it comes to having CSs, cabinet secretaries coming in this house, we address it at the right time when it comes. Because I still believe, as far as I'm concerned, having gone through that Constitution and being one of those people who did campaign for this Constitution in the year 2010, those are strangers in this house. In despite of the side which I am in the house. Those are strangers. Let's not mix ones. They are strangers. As an advocate, I will not be intimidated by anybody to support what is wrong. It is wrong and it is wrong. But what is right, we are supposed to support it. That's all, Madam Speaker. I support the motion as it is.
Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South.
Honorable Speaker, sorry, I had contributed to this motion last week.
Thank you. Honorable members, please note if you've contributed, you cannot contribute twice to the same motion. This chance will go to member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. I see she's not in the house. Next chance will go to Honorable Paul Biego, Chesumei. Okay, not in the house. Honorable Robert Mbui, Kathiani. You have contributed. Honorable Julius RUTO, Keses.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity you accorded me to make a contribution on the motion before us. I think this motion is a continuation of what we had already discussed in the previous session, where all of us are of the interest that CDF, GAV, and any other related decentralized fund is a fund that was designed to bring out the equalization among our communities and across the board in the country, Kenya. I know over time it has come a lot of challenges because of the related acts, and those people who have tried to divine the placement of these particular funds. But when you look at the spirit of the same fund, and from the feedback of the intended support people, they really appreciate that the fund has really transformed their livelihood. To avoid all these shenanigans and all these legal litigations here and there, we all know that Constitution is the supreme law of the country. And it's from the Constitution that we derive the powers, we derive the legislations, we derive the orders, we derive the functions and the applicability of all these particular laws. So I stand to support that it is high time that when such opportunity has come, let us all of us embrace the discussion for the good and for the benefit of the people of Kenya, as it is stipulated in Article 1, that all these powers belong to the people of Kenya. I know this amendment to the Constitution also has come with other proposals, including that the Parliament can allow the CSS to come in here so that they can be cross-examined, they can be questioned by the whole representative of the people, which in my case, that is a debatable discussion. And if it is for the good of the people of Kenya, that the CSS come across here, we subject them to cross-discussion questions, and for them to explain themselves to Kenyans here, then it be good. Though there are several schools of thought here, our legal minds are telling us when they are here, we'll have mixed up the kind of the system of administration from presidential and parliamentary. But it is good for us to discuss and look at the objective and the spirit in these amendments, so that we're able to progressively improve governance and citizen participatory in matters of governance, so that we're able to establish good governance in this country, Kenya. That the Kenyans who have had confidence in the elected people should be able to transparently participate and follow up decisions that are being made for the good and for the benefit of them. So I stand to support the motion, and in this case that we need to protect this fund so that CDF, NGAV would be able to assist what ought to have been done by the national government with the challenges they are facing in terms of procurement system, lengthy processes of executing this process would be brought down to where the people are. And I believe it is not in any way complicating what devolution is doing, because devolution has got its own distinct function and the fourth schedule, clearly describing the mandate and the resources that have been earmarked for the same functions. And for this one, it's a national government function, only that it is being simplified through the local unit of constituency or a county in terms of county members of parliament. So I stand to support the motion, and I say that it is high time we look at it. And in any case, Constitution, those who promoted the Constitution, I remember there was some discussion that there would be some few issues that ought to have been looked at that time. And all of us agreed that let us pass this Constitution, and then progressively we can bring in the amendments. And I feel after 10 years, already now we have served to be informed by this Constitution, to know the challenges, the hiccups, the shortcomings, and it is as good because what now we are doing is informed by the experience that we have encountered through implementation of the said Constitution. So I want to blow upon this house that let us embrace this discussion and take it as an opportunity to straighten, to align where challenges is being experienced, so that as we are able to see the smooth operationalization of this Constitution and for the ultimate benefit of the core objective as to why the Constitution 2010 was brought in by the people of Kenya, who are the sovereign people of this country. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this discussion. Thank you.
Other members, I can see there's still a lot of interest, and this motion is not as limited, so it will go on. But right now, for the convenience of the House, we will move to the very important adjournment motion as deliberated and approved by the Speaker, by Honorable Kaluma, set for 4 p.m. And this motion, the mover will have 10 minutes. Any other member will have 5 minutes. I want you to actually get that very well. 5 minutes only. So I would like to invite the member for Homa Bay, Honorable Kaluma, to move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, regarding the ongoing challenges being faced in the implementation of the competency-based curriculum within the education system. Honorable Speaker, there is great anxiety among parents, among pupils, among students, among people across the country over the implementation of the competency-based program, more particularly the aspect dealing with the junior secondary schools. And Honorable Speaker, because I'd moved initially when I sought leave, let me indicate that it has been reported, and it is common knowledge, that so many of our pupils who are in Standard 7 across the country are being registered by their parents to do Kenya Certificate of Primary Education as if they were in Standard 8, simply because parents and pupils are anxious about what is happening. Honorable Speaker, there is lack of capacity for optimal operationalization of the system, given the state of infrastructure and in the public schools, and of course personnel. Honorable Speaker, I think this thing is being operationalized across the country. When you go to Homa Bay Town constituency, Honorable Speaker, you have a single teacher who are recently recruited being posted in each and every primary school where the junior secondary school is domiciled. And Honorable Speaker, we all went to secondary school. The teachers in secondary schools are people who are trained in specific areas. If you're a teacher of CRE, it may be CRE and history, or English and literature. We have a situation where there is a single teacher trained in English and literature posted to a school as the sole teacher in that secondary school, and is being required to teach, Honorable Speaker, 12 mandatory subjects plus 2 optional ones. So you can imagine a teacher trained to teach history, and then this teacher who never interacted with mathematics is to teach mathematics, is to teach physics, is to teach home science, is to teach chemistry, is to teach biology, is to teach computer studies as an option, is to teach all those courses. We have a situation where, because of that, parents don't have clarity about where this CBC program is ended. And no wonder we have now a situation where Standard 7 pupils are well-dressed, Honorable Speaker. They wear very beautiful neckties. They are wearing trousers. In the same school, the Standard 8s are wearing some shorts, very old shorts. And you have a secondary teacher whose head teacher, Honorable Speaker, is the primary teacher. Essentially, we have a situation in the country where we are pretending to be implementing a program. And I'm happy Honorable Mboko Milembas is listening keenly. But no meaningful learning is happening in the country. And Honorable Speaker, I know previously there were attempts by this House to discuss the whole matter of CBC. But each time the House had this motion before it, some Kenyan went to court, and so we were strangled by the issue of sub judice. I want to request that there be proper review. If we are going to implement this program, and Honorable Speaker, I'm saying I have no problem with CBC if it is deemed fit for this country. But let there be proper facilities. We don't have facilities in those primary schools where the junior secondary school is domiciled. And look, we thought all primary schools will be implementing this program. But what is happening now, in my constituency, the constituency I represent, not all primary schools are offering the curriculum. So you get some primary schools have been allocated. These schools don't have sister secondary schools. And so you have pupils floating there, not knowing whether they are secondary school students or not. It is chaotic. If we were bold as Parliament, I would have recommended, Honorable Speaker, that we have a serious relook as government. For the first time, we have something affecting the education sector. a matter over which Parliament, as the House of Representatives, have not properly deliberated in terms of policy and in terms of even the framework that is governing it. If it were upon me, this thing would have been stopped and we have a review. Honorable Speaker, we did our studies under the old 844, not this one which was diluted later. Honorable Speaker, by the time I was done with standard 8 in the old 844, I had done arts, we had done craft, we were carving, we were doing necklaces as beautiful as the one our Honorable Speaker is wearing now. We had done tie and dye, we had done embroidery, we would do patterns, we were cooking ugali, awimbi, and chapati. Honorable Speaker, we were doing agriculture and animal husbandry. We knew what fertilizer to apply on what crops and how to apply it and at what time. We knew how to do compost manure. We knew mulching, propping, staking. I would look at any animal, Honorable Speaker, and determine with near 90% probability the disease it was suffering from. We knew how to castrate bulls. We would de-own cows. We knew what cow needed a bull just by look. Honorable Speaker, we were so enriched that you would finish your standard 8, you do your KCPE, and you go and you start your agriculture somewhere. Over time, we diluted that. I would have wished that Kenyans be listened to before this implementation, and I don't know why this rush. It is unfortunate we are where we are, but I'm grateful for this opportunity that we raise this matter as the representatives so that these challenges can be put together. And Honorable Speaker, I believe the Ministry of Education is watching. Today, I want us to talk about these challenges. But if they cannot be picked by the ministry for the good of all Kenyans, I would not mind this House of Representatives resolving that we stop this CBC and we continue in a form of education that give meaning to the children of the poor people. Honorable Speaker, do you know what is happening now? For those of us who have money, our children are going to private schools now, and they're going into international schools. For those who could maneuver, their children, and Honorable Meli will confirm, are being registered to do Standard 8 before they do Standard 7. The people who are suffering, Honorable Speaker, are the children of that poor person who can only go into a public school. I want to request members that we deliberate, we discuss this issue dispassionately. If there are issues which can be picked in terms of bettering the program, we do so. One of the things we must insist on is that if we are going to have junior secondary schools, then, Honorable Speaker, we must have sufficient number of teachers with necessary expertise to proceed. Honorable Speaker, with that so that members can have enough time to deliberate, I beg to move, and I urge the support of members so that we can inform the implementation of the competency-based curriculum, and more particularly the junior secondary school. I move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaluma. This chance will go to the MP, Honorable Meli Tinderet.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to this motion by Honorable Peter Kaluma on the issue of CBC. First of all, I want to agree with Honorable Kaluma that CBC as a new curriculum has several teething issues, has a number of challenges. It has issues concerning infrastructure, it has issues concerning the teaching staff, it has issues, a number of issues. That is common with every other new educational system and new curriculum. But however, this is quite a very good curriculum for this country, Honorable Speaker and members. First of all, I want to laud the officers who went all the way to design this new education system. I know many people in the country, and even Kenyans at large and across the world, are always not interested or actually do not like a new system. I do remember, as Honorable Kaluma knows very well, that when the 844 was started around 1984-85, Kenyans were up in arms. And they were always saying, let us go back to the 7 years in primary, 6 years in high school, and 3 at the university. That was as a result of a novelty, something that was introduced. But let me just come back to the CBC. I think it was in this house, this parliament, in the 12th parliament, that we did pass the sessional paper that brought CBC here. It was in this house that members of this house went through the various curriculum circle designs that the Ministry of Education, the officers, actually took this country through. As much as the whole system was started from PP1, unlike in the 844 where it was introduced at class 7, this one has been introduced at PP1 or PP1 and PP2 all the way to grade 6. The designs were done. All the teaching and learning areas have been put in place. The issue that I know is of contention here is the issue of teaching staff. Honorable members, I just want to say this. As the Kenya Kwanza administration, I think it was a pledge in our plan that this government employs 116,000 teachers in 5 years. This year, we've employed 36,000 teachers. 30,000 of those are for junior secondary. Apart from that, the Committee of Education has implored on Teacher Service Commission to get qualified teachers in primary schools. Qualified teachers in primary schools who can teach secondary schools to be posted to junior secondary. We have issues of infrastructure that I know is common in almost all schools in the Republic. But the money that we have currently, that is why yesterday I know our committee went to the Budget and Appropriation Committee asking them to give us infrastructure money that will be able to put up to, so that every junior primary school will have a lab. So, Honorable Speaker, this is the system of education that is going to make Kenyans equal. It will ensure that we are going to have one school system where a child will start from PP1 to grade 9 to grade 12 in the same school. A few weeks ago, a number of honorable members here were running up and down trying to place students in elite schools of Alliance, Kapsabet Boys, Butere Girls, Kisumu High School, and the rest. But now with the CBC, all the schools in the Republic will be brought to the same standards. There will be no school, an elitist school like Alliance Boys or in Mangu School or any other school. We'll have schools that cut across the Republic. 2, this issue of moving a child from school A to school B and to school C will be a thing of the past. I want to implore on members that let this House give the requisite resources to employ enough teachers, to build enough laboratories, to build enough classrooms so that this kind of education will run throughout the country. And it will stop where we have. I heard Honorable Kaluma just saying that members will take their children to private schools. As we speak today, the curriculum that is implemented is the CBC curriculum. I do not think there is any private school, maybe the international schools, that are doing other curriculums. But all the private registered schools in the Republic are doing CBC. The issue of teachers maybe trying to take students, to loop the students from grade 7 to 8 so that they avoid the system is a common practice, even in the other system. We had the same crop of teachers trying to avoid the 844 by just going to the older system of education.
Honorable Meli, since you're the chair of education, I'll give you 2 minutes to finish up.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for that. I also want to point out that the teaching service, that is why we did as a committee, told the Teacher Service Commission to move with speed, identify those teachers who are qualified. As we speak today, members, we have a number of teachers who are graduates in primary schools. They are qualified and they can teach in the junior secondary schools. Thousands of them. By last week, they said they had identified 10,000. And we told them every junior secondary school should have a minimum of 4 teachers. And the reforms that Honorable Kajwang has just said is quite in order. every education system after 3 or 4 years is reviewed. And as we speak today, there is a review, there's a task force reviewing the CBC system. There is an outcry by parents that the subjects at the teaching areas are too wide. From 12, it can be reviewed backwards to 8 or to 6. I remember the pioneers of 844. They had 12 teaching areas. But as we speak today, the current crop of 844 students are doing 5 subjects. Every educational system can be reviewed, can be looked into, the challenges can be minimized, and even the areas that we see are difficult, we can talk to it and we'll be able to rectify them. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to support and say that let this system continue, let us review the areas that are there, and let us make sure that CBC is a success in our country for now and for future generations. I thank you and I support the CBC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Meli. I know we have very many teachers in this house who are asking to be given opportunities, but I can see there is a lot of interest. So the shorter we keep it, the more members speak. This chance will go to the member for Marsabit. Honorable Wako.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this. Madam Speaker, this is the right time to talk of CBC curriculum in our country because of what the country is going through. Madam Speaker, 844 system has served this country for the last many years, and now it is time for us to replace that with CBC. But what I want to say is there is a lot of cry in the country. Parents are concerned, and there is a lot of confusion. What we need to do as a country is to give ourselves time to do enough so that we get out of the confusion that is affecting the parents and the children. Again, the other thing that we can see is CBC is quite expensive and tedious to the people, and that is affecting, as I said, it is affecting the entire nation, and that is why we need to see how we can review the entire thing and also prepare the teachers, because the teachers seems to have not been prepared well. There is a confusion on curriculum, and even preparing the parents. The infrastructure is not in place, and we need enough time to prepare. In as much as I support the new curriculum to take place, I would want us to give it more time so that we prepare ourselves, we prepare the teachers, we also prepare the children so that they can easily move on to this other new system. Madam Speaker, I support and I suggest that we give ourselves a bit of time. Thank you.
Member for Suna East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to also contribute to the debate. Madam Speaker, I don't want to disagree with the chairman of the Education Committee because he's a seasoned chairman. Even when he was removed, I used to call him the chairman because he understands the education sector very well. But Madam Speaker, we must admit that there is a crisis in our country about the education sector. That we must admit because it is really on the ground, it is happening. Madam Speaker, whether it is by default or design, the transition from, is it junior or whatever it is called, to senior, Madam Speaker, was never done properly. One teacher per school, no classes. The Ministry of Education on their own, said that almost 200,000 students have not transitioned to junior secondary school. Where are those students? They must be tangatangering in the cities and the villages, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, if this matter is not arrested as fast as possible, the crisis could get bigger than this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are sectors in this country that you can experiment with. But there are sectors also that you cannot do experiment on it. The education sector is an example, and the health sector. because those things affect the ordinary citizens. Madam Speaker, we must bring to the attention of this House that this crisis of high monumental, and if this House does not come up with a resolution on how to deal with this matter, this country is going to get into a serious crisis that they might not be able to handle in the future. I know the way Honorable Kaluma said, majority of members here have their children in private schools, and some of them don't give birth anymore because they're old people. And most of them have gone to university and finished. They are elders here, and others have taken to private school. Madam Speaker, the ordinary Kenyan there is suffering. The ordinary Kenyan there does not understand what CBC means. I was in a school in my constituency the other day, last parliament, and I was told they had been taken to a bus, that they had been taken to an animal farm so that the students can familiarize themselves with animals, with goats, cows, and chicken. Those villagers know those things. That is their way of life. Madam Speaker, if you look at the proportion of teachers to students in every CBC class, Madam Speaker, you'll be shocked. So, Madam Speaker, I want to urge from both sides of the House that we must take action as fast as possible. And I think, as the chairman has said, a solution might not be to go back to the 844 system that we all went through, even though that was the real CBC, Madam Speaker. This CBC, we used to make aeroplanes with papers. You remember, Madam Speaker? Unless you are, I'm sure you are young, you are not old, Madam Speaker. So you remember those things. So, Madam Speaker, if action is not taken, I'm repeating for the last time in my conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me not say that, but action must be taken and Kenyans must be saved from this issue of CBC once and for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for keeping it short. If we do that, many of us will get a chance to speak. Honorable Robert Mbui, member for Kathiani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity for also getting to contribute to this very, very serious motion. Madam Speaker, any country that wants to grow and to progress obviously has to invest heavily in education. I mean, some of the countries that were similar to Kenya at independence, the Malaysias of this world, invested properly in education. And this is a sector, like the minority whip has said, we cannot play around with it. The fact is that there is a major crisis, and there is a crisis in the implementation of the CBC system. And the worst thing about it, Madam Speaker, is that this is not a system that started last year. This is a system that started 7 years ago. So 7 years ago, those honchos in Elimu House knew that there would be junior secondary, they knew there would be senior secondary, and they knew they had to prepare for it. But, Madam Speaker, what I am seeing is a spirit of confusion, which we must find a way to deal with. Because, look, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, because I want to qualify the spirit of confusion, JSS classes were built in secondary schools. Then the implementation of JSS now is being done in primary schools, where there are no classes. Madam Speaker, grade standards class 7 students are in primary school, are in secondary school, while class 8 students are still in primary school. Madam Speaker, further confusion is when you find class 7 students wearing trousers, and our bigger brothers, their bigger brothers are still in shorts, you know, in a more junior school. And let me tell you, I've observed this, that the Ministry of Education came up with a plan, and they said not every primary school will be allowed to have junior secondary school. So they said that in some of the schools, the children will be moved to other schools. What has happened is that grade 7 students have left a school which had a class that was already built with teachers, have gone to another school where there is no new class, they've increased the population in that class, and there are no extra teachers. I mean, what is more confusing than that? Madam Speaker, I think we really have a problem. And then, of course, my colleague, the Honorable Kaluma, has said that the idea of a teacher teaching 14 subjects is totally unusual and totally impossible. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we deal with this thing properly. There are not even enough textbooks. Madam Speaker, some of the subjects, like art and music, don't even have textbooks up to now, because nobody wants to invest in something that is going to be optional, and they're not too sure how many people will buy. So we have a problem even of the basic materials required for this system. And Madam Speaker, what has happened and what is most annoying for us is during this period of drought and hardship, head teachers in some of these schools have taken advantage. introduced admission fees, introduced fees for new uniform, and uniform is not necessary. Children can finish school with the clothes they were wearing before. They have to carry new lockers. They could have used the ones that they were using before. And now they've even introduced school feeding programs because now they're in grade 7, it is called secondary. Now they have to start paying fees. It's really unfortunate. It's something that we need to completely condemn with the strongest terms possible. So, Madam Speaker, for me, I think the rain started beating us when we allowed the Ministry of Education to completely disregard Article 94, Part 5, which says that no person can make provision having the force of law except Parliament. If we had put our foot down when this thing was being started, we would have been able to discuss further and been able to sort it out. My proposal is that all primary schools must be allowed, Madam Speaker, to continue having junior secondary schools. The idea of moving children from one school to another, I think is preposterous. It is important that they continue where they are. I heard the Chair of Education saying when a child starts in grade 1, they should go all the way up to grade 9 and all the way up to grade 12. Why are they then chasing them now? You know, a lot of children will drop out. A lot of children are discouraged. So it's important that we do that. And finally, we must invest in classes and labs in all our primary schools for this system to work. Others, Madam Speaker, we need to deal with the confusion. Maybe we may put it up for prayers because I know we are a praying nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is the very first time I'm tempted to agree with Honorable Robert Mbui. And I don't know how, from what side he woke up this morning, because we seem to be agreeing everything the entire day, from the morning interview on Citizen and now about CBC. And with this trend, he'll also agree with me that William Ruto is the president, because we are agreeing virtually over everything. But, Honorable Speaker, this thing about CBC is something that really this House needs to make a serious recommendation and stand firm over it. And it's becoming something that is very, very expensive. Majority of the members of this House happen to represent constituencies from remote areas. You know, different places, you know, the way our country is set up in such a way that most of the constituencies are from the rural areas. And, but when you look at the formation and the structure of CBC, it focuses on the targets of the rich and the people who live within the urban setup. I think for some reason, Honorable Speaker, somebody wanted to rush this whole thing about CBC for whatever reason that befits them then. And I think it's important for government to realize that this, it wasn't part of our plan, by the way. This wasn't part of the Kenyan plan. It wasn't part of the manifesto by the Kenya Kwanza. This was a setup. This was a hub for somebody to make money in the previous administration. And there is need for us to review that. It's very important for this education committee that sit here to realize that. Because parents are struggling. Back in the village, parents are struggling. We all represent constituencies. Every day, students are sent home for something. You know, nowadays, teachers, and I say this with a lot of respect, some teachers, not all teachers, rogue teachers, sit in the staff room and decide that the afternoon lesson is to learn how to cook chicken. And they decide and say, all the students should go at home and come with chicken so that we can practice. And then they start, what is the teacher doing? The teacher is cooking chicken. What is the teacher doing? They are eating chicken.
Order, member. Order, Honorable Soro. There is a point of order. Honorable Mboko Milemba.
Oh, no. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Leader respected, I don't think CBC itself is being defeated simply because of teachers. This is a very weighty matter that requires thinking through and not just blaming the teachers. And there are no teachers, Honorable Member, who are even teaching how to eat chicken. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Soro, without casting aspersions on teachers. I want to warn you, the population of teachers here is quite some.
Honorable Speaker, it's important to say that my late father was a teacher, and I have tremendous respect for the teachers. What I say is that in
Honorable Rosa, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, is the former speaker in order in suggesting that in this country there is no curriculum in our education system, that any teacher can wake up any day and decide what to teach. That if a teacher wakes up that she wants to teach how to cook chicken, she can go ahead with it. Is the speaker, the former speaker, in order in suggesting that we don't have a curriculum in our system that the teachers follow?
Sorry, Speaker. I am not a former speaker, so I don't think that question was referred to me. I should ignore it. But I wanted to say this, that the whole thing has, I don't know, it wasn't, I think she wasn't referring to me. There is a former speaker seated somewhere, I think, in this plenary. But Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I use the context of chicken, I don't really mean that teachers do that. I'm saying that people, some rogue teachers have decided to misuse, not generally, some. Because we've actually seen such scenarios across. But even before we finish these orders, I want to make my point, and I'm sure, I don't know why Honorable McClap is really making a lot of noise.
Honorable members,
allow me to...
I would pray, Honorable Osoro and members, that we do not abuse the point of orders.
Please.
Be relevant, because I see members are using them to debate.
Okay. But I want to withdraw. Teachers are never rogue. They just like chicken. But as I said, they're never rogue. They like chicken. But Speaker, that thing has been misused. The other day, last week, and I think it's very important for me to say this, I went to visit somebody in Diani, and I found students, the grade 6 students, just besides somewhere that I'm trying to put up somewhere in the coastal region. And I found students, grade 6, who were supposed to graduate to grade 7, seated by the road. And they could not be admitted in school because they did not have school uniforms. They did not have some, things that are required, like several requirements. And when I asked for that form, what I saw written in that form as requirements for a student transiting to grade 7 shocked me. Things that parents cannot afford. Things that, like you're telling a grade 6 student, now you're transiting to grade 7, you are giving them serious, expensive requirements for a parent who was preparing to save money for Form 1. I think we really rushed this thing. There is need for the government to review this CBC thing. And I do not know where these people of the committee of, CBC or something, I don't know what they are doing. Where did they move? They did not even come. I think these people are sitting somewhere eating mandazi and then go there and do recommendations that are funny. Honorable Speaker, I implore on this House to find a way to reverse this system back to the system that we all know. And then we gradually start moving. We do it gradually. Equip our schools. Look, here, as we are speaking here today, members of parliament do not have adequate funds for CDF. Today we have about 33 million. We are being told we need to do labs for purposes of JSS. The Minister of Education does not have money. Equalization fund is not sufficient across the country. And then we are here being told, CBC is important, let's support it, let's support it. We are representatives of the people. We are not stupid by going through 844 or 76 or something. Look, we are very sharp people here. Let's revert to the previous system. Let's revert to the 844 so that our students and the rural constituencies can progress. And I think the chair for Education Committee has heard me, and this is very clear. Thank you very much.
Member for Githongori, Gathoni wa Mushomba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to indeed, as a trained teacher, to give my contribution into this motion. It is sad and very sad that we are debating the future of the people God has entrusted unto us, to shape their future, to give them life and hope. those wonderful children that are going through this system, the CBC. It is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that in this country, we do not give weight to the Ministry of Planning, whose core business is to plan the economy of this country. In fact, the most lucrative ministries in this country are ministries of health, ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Water and Land, not because we find them worth giving them weight, but because they control a lot of money. We ignore the critical ministries like Ministry of Planning and Finance, the ministry that is supposed to be giving us economic planning, well contributed and well thought, that is supposed to have advised us on the CBC before implementation. Like one of my colleagues have said, Madam Speaker, I still as a teacher do not understand why we had to go the million kilometers rush to implementing CBC. I do not know the people who sat in a certain boardroom and decided that they are going to implement CBC, even against the advisory that was given by the then Cabinet Secretary, Madam Amina. Madam Amina spoke very strongly against CBC implementation without thorough thinking and planning. But I do not know the kind of motivation that was behind the so-called the government of the day, that we had to take a risk to mess a generation in this country by hurriedly implementing a system that has not been framed properly. Madam Speaker, as a mother, it pains me to walk into schools like in my constituency and find 4 learners in a school which is supposed to be a JSS center. 4 learners. How do we employ 4 teachers for 4 learners? How do we put a laboratory for 4 learners? How do we buy equipment in the laboratory for 4 learners? Where are economic planners that are supposed to be advising the governments of the day? What are they doing and why do we pay them a salary in those offices that they sit? Madam Speaker, it is sad that we are politicizing the life of a generation of this country. We must come fresh and real to what we are doing. It is time we asked ourselves whether we are doing justice to the seats that we've been given by the people of Kenya. They have elected us so that we can advocate for the rights of their children. Most of these parents do not have a voice. We have a voice. Most of these teachers we are talking about and joking around here in Parliament, because I can see a joke here, they have no voice. We have a voice. We must stop politicizing CBC and become the parents God has made us to be. We must become the leaders that have been elected honorably to stand in the gap and save a generation. How many children are at home right now because they cannot afford uniform for JSS? How many children are at home right now because they cannot afford a desk? Madam Speaker, shockingly, these are the same children, runners who are in primary school. They had a desk, but just because they have graduated to JSS, they are being forced to buy a fresh and a new desk. For what purpose, Madam Speaker? It is us that God has entrusted us to do it. It is us the whole country is looking upon. It is us who are supposed to advise, and we must stand in the gap and provide a sober direction for JSS. If we cannot be able to implement JSS, we would rather stop it and get back to the drawing board and look for a solution, because we are going to be asked by God, why did you not do what you're supposed to have done? I do not understand the rush. I do not understand the thinking behind JSS if we cannot be able to implement. Madam Speaker, please, I want to be heard. One day, one time, if we ever go to heaven that we read there, we shall be asked a question. I don't know what you will answer as a member of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Honorable Speaker, when you do a cursory look at some of the countries that have been able to do CBC and implement it, like France, Canada, Finland, those are countries that have fantastic infrastructure. The idea behind CBC was a fantastic idea. The level of interactions that you see with our children has been great. But then again, this cannot be implemented in our country because we don't have the proper infrastructure. The beginning, success, and failure of CBC starts and ends with proper infrastructure. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I see a lot of parents grappling with is that they're forced to download and print different things. So you can imagine a student who is down there in Nyamira, in Mutembei, and they're told that they need to download things for their children, and they don't even have, number one, access to electricity, not even access to, proper access to internet connectivity. Madam Speaker, this country has a long way to go. Let's agree with that. Our children are suffering, and a lot of hidden costs are hidden behind this CBC issue. Honorable members here have been speaking about parents being asked to pay for desks, parents being asked to pay for new uniforms, things that they cannot even afford. And these problems come back to the CDF factor, because the same elected leaders are the ones that parents are looking up to for them to provide bursaries, which again, we can't even do because the courts are also fighting the CDF. So Madam Speaker, what I want to say, and I support the fact that we allowed this very important motion to take priority, is that as a country, we need to make decisions. Madam Speaker, when you look at some of the students who started with CBC, especially from very young, there are those who did not even test 844. And for these ones, these are the ones that I really feel sorry for. Because if we decide as a country we are going back to 844, then what happens to them? Where do they begin from? Do they have to do a crash course so that they can also get to know what 844 is all about? Because they never got to experience 844. These are the students that we really need to look at. And maybe the solution wouldn't be that we go back to 844. The actual solution should be that can we find a style of doing CBC that works for everyone? Not only for those of us who are in the urban setup, but those who are in the rural setup. Because the ones who are affected the most are actually the students and pupils who are back in the rural setup. Again, Madam Speaker, the CBC competence exams normally examine students based on your talents and your level of competence. Sometimes these are things that you are not able to actually put on paper and structure and say that this is how they're being tested. Because how do you then know that this student has a talent in writing and this other one does not have a talent in writing, they have a talent in speaking? So do you then give the one who has a talent in writing a lower grade in speaking and the other way around, just because they don't have the same level of competence? Madam Speaker, and as I conclude also, I just want to speak about the teachers. Because the teachers who are teaching CBC have been given almost 14 subjects. These same teachers are parents to pupils and children who are doing CBC. So what time do they have to commit to their children when they go back at home in the evening? Because we also need to be fair as a country. And as I wind up, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that sometimes, yes, benchmarking is good, but also as a country, before we run to benchmark and adopt systems from other countries, we need to, first of all, be realistic and compare the kind of infrastructure that we have in a country. I know for a fact, like for example, the countries that I gave an example of, in Kenya, we really wanted to adopt the Finland system. But look at where Finland is versus where Kenya is right now. And Madam Speaker, even when we say that implementing this is not easy, again, we have heard from the Kwanza government that there's no money. So where do we even get money in the first place to start to do some of these things? So Madam Speaker, as leaders of this country, I think this is an issue that needs to be dealt with at a higher level. It probably needs to be considered as a national emergency so that proper planning can be taken into taking care of this, because our children are suffering. I thank you.
Asante sana mbunge wa Lungalunga, Mangale, Chiforomodo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. CBC is now being judged by where it came from. First, let me say, Madam Speaker, the problem began with the process of initiating CBC. Because then, as a country, we woke up one day and said that we are implementing CBC. In any case, if we are starting a new curriculum or a new system, there is a process. But the process was never followed at the first place. We just rushed and took grade 3 onwards that they are in CBC. While in the real sense, we ought to have prepared our colleges so that we get professionals who will attend to the pupils in the CBC classes, right from ECD to the highest grade, that's in the university. The professionals were never prepared. When we talk about infrastructure, the infrastructure ought to have thought earlier before even the implementation. Today, we are lamenting about the infrastructure as in desks and labs and all that. They are not there because the process was never followed. In fact, we ought to have invested in the infrastructure before even implementing. But more so, we would have started from the ECD, going gradually to where we are, but it was rushed. Now what we are saying and what I would wish to contribute in this honorable house, we have to go back, because then there is no way we can expose our children now to CBC pretending that all is well and not all is not well. I want to concur with the majority whip that we have to do away with CBC as it stands. It's not too late to stop it where it has reached, because we can talk of cost. It cannot be implemented because it is very expensive. Infrastructure is not there. Even the teachers themselves, we are saying that they've been posted. Yes, they are teaching. They have 2 teaching subjects, let's say chemistry, physics. Well, but they are not trained to teach CBC. They have been trained in the university to teach 844. So the problem is much bigger than what we see. So I would suggest that as a country, we are not ready for CBC. Comparing us with other countries who have implemented CBC is not a crime, yes, because we are not comparing ourselves on how rich they are or how poor we are, but it is about how preparedness, how we are, how prepared we are as far as CBC is concerned. We have a long way to go. If we push on saying that we are implementing CBC, we are killing a generation, and this thing will not take us anywhere. For sure, Madam Speaker, we have to stop CBC and revert back to 844, then come back, start planning from the initial stage, and then take step by step from ECD or from PP1, going pole until we reach where we are supposed to. But forcing CBC now, it will be a nightmare. We are talking about teachers, they are not there, or yes, 1 teacher, and we are being promised that after 5 years, we will have enough teachers. That will not work because already the students are in school learning. Are we treating our kids as guinea pigs? Of course, we are not ready to treat or to use our kids as guinea pigs. We have to revert back to 844 and restart again if surely this country is ready to embrace CBC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Mhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would wish to give a few points that I think maybe can benefit us and everyone and all Kenyans about CBC. That this motion was brought by Hon Kaluma, I want to thank him, so that a discussion can ensure. I would wish to say that there are 4 points around which now members are focusing on. There are those members who are talking about the ability to stop CBC and go back to 844. I would wish to plainly explain to the country as a teacher and an educationist that the CBC has been around for 9 years. And when we'll be making our final deliberations on CBC, we should understand that it began 9 years ago, and that students went through what was called PP1, PP2, and all the way now, they are in the so-called, they're in the junior second school. And therefore, if you completely rub it to today, it means that these students will completely be wasted because they never did 844, And them going back to 844 will be extremely difficult for them to undertake again. So as we make our final resolutions, we should actually put that in consideration, that these are population of students whom we must take care. And it's very important that we deal with the matter at hand, in the fact as we agree that there's a crisis in this particular area, but deal with it diligently so as not to waste our whole population of students who are in school. There is the issue also, Honorable Speaker, of the teachers. And members are grappling over why should one class have one teacher, and can it work or can it work not? I would wish to explain, Honorable Speaker, that the working of the primary school sector curriculum is different from the one of the second school. In the primary schools, teachers are taught to teach many subjects, and therefore you can provide one teacher for one class, and sometimes they are able to model around and succeed. But once we have CBC, which is bringing junior second school education, then the calculation of the number of teachers, Honorable Kaluma, must now go to what we call the curriculum-based establishment. In a curriculum-based establishment, you look at the curriculum vis-a-vis the combination of the subjects of the teachers who are in school, and you are able to calculate a certain ratio of the number of teachers who will be in school. If we go that direction, then everything is wrong, Honorable Kaluma, about the number of teachers in school, because it can never be one. There should be a number of teachers based on the curriculum-based establishment of every school, and also based on the number of subjects that are being offered. I hear there are 14, they have been reduced to 12, and so on and so forth. So the solution lies in going the CBE way, and that would mean employment of more teachers in our schools. Honorable Speaker, the CBC is certainly having a number of challenges, ranging from those that concern infrastructure and the ones that have been raised by members of parliament today. But I want to believe that we really must, as Kenyans, take responsibility. There is even a risk of my government, which I serve now, the Kenya Kwanza, easily saying that this system was brought by the previous government. If we go that direction, we shall kill the students who are in school. We must inherit this problem. In fact, in the way it is, we know it was implemented in a hurry, and you remember, honorable members, this is one of the projects that made some Kenyans go home completely. You remember people like Honorable Sosion, who were completely against this system. They had to pay the price of not supporting this particular system. And it was still thrashed to us. So we have to carry it and see how we can remodel it in order to move forward without killing the students who are in the schools. Honorable Speaker, there's the issue of the teachers. It is very easy to want to blame the teacher for having tried to cook chicken, or trying to do what, or even trying to bring a desk, or trying to send students home for something. But let me tell this house that teachers have been left alone. Nobody is talking about CBC. The minister is not giving instruction, neither is anybody giving proper instruction to the teachers. And the teachers of this country have been left with students to make a decision on how to proceed with the students who are above them. And you will not even surprised to hear at one time that some students may be called upon to teach other students because of what we have. So my proposal to deal with CBC is funding, funding, funding. Let this house give funds for teachers. We employed 70,000 teachers more. They will take care of this situation. If you employ 70,000, no noise will be there. And you build laboratories, no noise will be there, and we shall move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I see my time is
Honorable Tonkei, not in the house. Honorable Nikal, not in the house. Member for Kipkelion East, Honorable Cherorot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the country has got the capacity to run the CPC. I think all the idea was rushed because we were supposed to have time and find out the nitty-gritties, the advantages and the disadvantages. Madam Speaker, the position that we are in now, even the task force was formed up to actually implementing the CPC thing. So the problem that we have and the challenge that the parents have is the price that they are paying, because it is very expensive to run the CBC. The challenge, on Sunday, I went around my constituency, Madam Speaker, and the big problem, we still have so many students who have not been admitted to the JSS, the junior secondary school. There is no facilities, there is no structures, proper structures. So the problem is that it is a very expensive exercise where the parents actually, or our parents, are feeling the burden. As members of parliament, me personally, I want to say that we have a big problem in this country. When it comes to even downloading the lessons and the teaching materials, it is also not easy because most of our areas have not been covered with the internet and even the electricity. Like in my constituency, we have the lower part of Inderiot and even Masamboric where there is no electricity, Madam Speaker. This challenge, Madam Speaker, we have to look at it keenly and make sure that if the government wants to continue with this CPC thing, then they have to fund it and make sure that there is enough funding to our schools. If we can have a look at it, especially the structures that are supposed to be there, they are not there. So the big problem that we have is that as members of parliament, we have to come up clearly and make sure that we make sure that in future, such decision will not be made abruptly without considering the structures and even the funding or the financial part of it. Madam Speaker, I know the idea was good, but the challenge is that do we have capacity as a country? So mine is to say that we need to go back, and we go back to 844 system, even though I know the challenge that our students are going to face, because most of them have been taken through. So the only thing is that we have to come up together with a solution and make sure that that solution will help our parents, it will help our schools, and even the future of those students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I know, honorable members, many are coming here to ask whether this motion will be there tomorrow. I want to make it clear it will not be, because this is an adjournment motion. It will only be debated today. Member for Kisauni, Honorable Rashid Bedzimba.
Asante sana, Madam Speaker. Nilikuwa nimeomba nafasi ya kuzungumzia hasa ile marekebisho ya katiba na kanuni za bunge, lakini sikupata fursa, lakini na imani kesho Mungu akijalia tutaweza pata nafasi hiyo, kwa sababu iko muhimu kwamba hasa tukiona CDF inaweza kuingia katika shida, ni vyema tuzungumze ule ukweli. Basi
Mheshimiwa, nakupa hakikisho kwamba huo mswada bado utaendelea kesho na hauna mwisho wa masaa, kwa hivyo mtapata nafasi sawa ya kuweza kujadili.
Nimekushukuru kwa taratibu, Mheshimiwa Madam Speaker. Kuhusu swala la CBC, kwa kweli Mheshimiwa Speaker, taifa halijakuwa tayari kwa haya mageuzi ya elimu. Halijakuwa tayari kabisa. Ukiangalia zile shule zilizochaguliwa kuwa na junior secondary ni chache ukilinganisha na wanafunzi ambao ni wengi zaidi. Walimu waliochaguliwa ni wachache ukilinganisha na shule na wanafunzi. Fedha pia hakuna za kuwezesha mchakato huu kuendelea kikamilifu. Ukiangalia shule zote hazina mahabara. Na hiyo CBC haiwezi kukamilika bila mahabara. Wazazi wanaumia kifedha kupeleka watoto wao kwa junior secondary, wanaambiwa wabadilishe uniform zao, wanaambiwa waende na madawati. Kila siku kuna mambo mapya, inakuwa ni vigumu kutekeleza swala hili. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema, na wengi wa wajumbe hapa wamezungumzia kwamba swala hilo bado serikali halijakuwa tayari. Sasa tusiwe tu tunazungumza, tuwe itatekelezeka kwamba kwa sababu ya wingi waliokataa lisimame. Na sisi hatumpingi aliyeanzisha swala hili. Hata mimi namwombea Mheshimiwa Magoha alale pema peponi, lakini kwa sasa serikali haijakuwa tayari na jambo hili. Kwa sababu kila siku mnasikia serikali ikisema hawana fedha, Na kama hawana fedha, wale watoto watasomea wapi? Kila shule nitakana taratibu ilikuwa iongezwe madarasa, madawati, na ukiangalia hazina za NG-CDF mpaka leo hazijatoa hata ndururu ya maendeleo. Sasa hizo madarasa zitaongezeka wapi? Kwa hivyo mimi nasimama kuungana na wenzangu na pinga hili jambo kuendelea, turudi katika mfumo wa zamani, halafu huko mbele tukiwa tayari tutaweza kuingia. Na mimi nasema nitoe nafasi kwa wenzangu pia wapate nao kuchangia swala hili. Asante sana Madam Speaker.
Member for Mosop, Honorable Kira.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion of CBC. Madam Speaker, I support the CBC system. Regardless of the challenges that we are facing as a nation, this is a new curriculum that for sure it is going to change the way we teach our students. It is going to change the way we look at the education system. So I am for the, I support that we continue to implement it regardless, because right now, most of the schools may not be really equipped enough, but anything good does not come easy. It will take all of us and every single one of us as a nation to really go out of our way to make sure if it's infrastructure issues, we try as much as possible to make sure that the schools have enough infrastructure. But the big problem that we have about the system is the teachers. As I was going through some of the schools this week and last week as well, most of the JSS classes, classes have only one teacher with only 40 to 50 students. So we want to challenge the TSC to do whatever it takes to make sure that they are providing enough teachers, because out of 30-something thousand teachers which was recruited, we should have enough. But throwing the baby with the water is not the best solution. We have already invested enough as a nation. We've spent so much resources already on CBC system. So I am for the opinion that there has to be a better way. There has to be a way that we can actually support this system so that it becomes successful. Many countries have done this and they have been successful in implementing the CBC system. So I support the chairman, I support the Ministry of Education in trying to implement and make sure this system produces some of the best students. It is easier for us to say, let's go back to 844 system, a system that I personally went through. But I have also lived in a country for many years which are using CBC system, and I have seen the results of a CBC system. It is better than the 844 system. So for sure, I support the CBC system. I support the government to implement it. As much as we have a lot of obstacles, I believe there is a better way that we can actually approach it and give all the support that we can give so that we produce the best students. CBC system is the way to go, and I think as members, even the team that was going around came to this house, and members were asked to give their views and their opinions about this CBC system, and they supported it. I know implementation and the opinions we gave may not have been the same, but we gave opinions in this house, and we agreed that the CBC should continue. And now for us to go back again and say that we don't think it is working, I don't support it. So, Madam Speaker, I support the CBC system. We should continue to implement it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Busia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to oppose this motion because as a country, we are trying to make sure that we are equal, but this kind of curriculum has made it very difficult because it is widening the gap between the poor and the rich. Because at the moment, only the rich have managed to cope up with the changes, leaving behind the children who come from the families that are still wallowing in the miasma of poverty. And I also condemn it because the stakeholders were not involved at the beginning. I think some people have forgotten where they have come from, and they are in their comfort zones coming up with things that discriminate or divide Kenya more. Because if somebody truly remembers that even some of us had to sit under a tree or on a stone or a log, and up to date there are other schools in the rural areas that still use desks that are very uncomfortable for any student to sit on, trying to concentrate and get what the teacher is saying. Some people think we are already 100 years from when we got our independence, so they copy or try to catch up with the developed nations, but without remembering that Kenya still does not have infrastructure. Some of these homeworks that the teachers send the pupils to go back home, the parents are needed to participate. Some of the parents in the rural areas never even completed class 8 or even hardly completed that kind of level that the new curriculum is. So how can you send a child to go home to be helped by a parent who cannot even read English or pronounce some words properly or even understand English? Most parents who can't afford tuition from the private tutors, they are left to just let go or tell the child to sleep and go back to school like that. Also, the curriculum itself lacks a lot because a lot of resources. I had said that, but I wanted to emphasize more. Most teachers who are frustrated because it's more pragmatic than theory, the way we used to cram. Those who cannot afford even themselves their own basic needs at home, they are taking advantage of this curriculum and exploiting some parents who can manage to afford. So you'll find if maybe they were to do a practical to do with fish, why should every child carry a fish in class? And then most of the fish the teacher preserves and then only uses 1 or 2 in their practicals. So I think it is one way of also not really being, sorry, somebody's confusing me, but he's right. Yeah, the teachers will eat the fish, yes, but I'm trying to say we need to be logistically right, politically right, economically right, and socially right when coming up with some of these things that we are trying to impound in people's lifestyle. Some of us are still walking. The stretch is too long to reach where everybody else is. Can we wait for others by coming up with things that work for all Kenyans, whether rich or poor, especially education, which is supposed to be like how we force these children to put on uniform. You can't tell who is poor or who is rich. So education should also be like that. All the poor, all the rich to get exactly the same so that we can get a doctor from either family, because we will need to equalize or levelize the ground for these children. Thank you.
Member for Nandi Hills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to appreciate the mover of this motion for bringing it for us to be able to discuss this matter that I had a lot of concerns indeed, because from the onset, CBC had problems in itself from 2017, as someone had insinuated. In fact, the cabinet secretary at the time probably even lost her job because of questioning some of the implementation of that program. And later on, it was pushed down the throats of all Kenyans that this program has to run. The program is very expensive. That is no brainer. The reality is what is required for children when they are going to school, the pupils, and what they are being demanded to be brought to school in itself compared to 844, which was more structured and organized, has thrown many parents into poverty rather than helping us, that the government is able to provide primary education that is very affordable. Looking at it, the confusion that has come all through was even made worse by what Honorable Peter Kaluma has captured the other day when the junior secondary school students were they did the exam, the Kenya Primary Education Assessment. When the results were out, about 1.2 million students passed, and up to now, about 200,000 have not been able to report. And even that said, Madam Speaker, of the 1.2, there was confusion as to, are they going to go to a secondary school, or are they going to go to the previous schools that they were in? The confusion was all over. The whole thing was not structured. Every day, it's like we are doing an experiment of the children of this country, which should not be the case. If we are changing an education system, it has to be well organized. There must have been a proper consultation on all the actors in the sector. But what happened at that time? As it were, many people, as I said, including Sosyan and the rest, suffered big time. Indeed, when it was realized that there would be need for schools, the government, for classrooms, the government at some point gave 9 billion for the building of the 10,000 classrooms, something that was not even well structured and planned. And then at the same time, they did not even plan the issue of the labs, the workshops, the dormitories, and such kind of things. So as it were, even now, what even pains me the most is the primary schools or the junior secondary schools that the children now are going to, some of them are consolidated. That you find our desire in the past to have primary schools close to where children come from. Right now, some are being forced to walk up to 10 kilometers, taking us back from where we came from. Again, Madam Speaker, something very critical is the issue of the human resource. The teachers who, as we speak, most of them were not well trained on this particular program. At the initial time, the British Council are the one who ran the program. Thereafter, there were TOTs that had been trained to come and train these teachers. And most of them, these TOTs by themselves, would even, as they are doing their training, would say they don't even understand most of the things that they were being pushed, or, there was a speed of this training to have happened. So the whole training aspect of even those who are passing knowledge of the junior secondary to the pupils, they are not trained. And this is very critical. How do we get fully baked students who do not have teachers who have been well baked by themselves? It is even worse to see two teachers handling a class of over 100 students. Worse of still is that there is no curriculum design as we speak. So to say, the syllabus that is well structured. It is even worse off that in most schools across the country, you find that only one subject books have been delivered of the 13 subjects that are being, that are being taught in these schools. Equally, part of the things they were talking about the 844 is that the 844 was burdening students a lot of subjects, only to come and realize that in this one that we have now, the CBC, it has 23 electable subjects, and 13 are to be chosen. So essentially, there is a lot of confusion in the running of this program. There is no, we are not even sure now, Madam Speaker, that when we are done with the junior secondary, they say now we are going to go to the senior secondary. If I ask any member here or any leader, it is not clear to anybody what happens thereafter. Even the university lecturers have not been trained on this.
The time is up. Honorable Karoli Omondi, I know you've had a problem with your card for a while.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's been a very difficult afternoon, struggling with my card the whole 2.5 hours. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to make some brief statements about this particular motion. Madam Speaker, my understanding of CBC is that it is a system that is borrowed on what globally is called International Baccalaureate System. And I think somebody was trying to do a cut and paste job, but did not understand the social and economic background under which what is called IB system operates. IB system is a very sophisticated educational system, and actually is a very good system. But it is a very expensive system. It is generally, if you dig into the history, it has flourished in well-developed countries. And in this country, Kenya, it is offered mostly by very expensive international schools, private schools. And I think somebody somewhere in Kenya looked at the holistic nature of IB system and thought that they could borrow and transplant it. But this is a mistake that happens when people bring in things that they do not understand their origins or their full background. I want to talk briefly about the social costs of CBC and why I don't think this system will work very well in this country. In the IB system, the teacher-student ratio is normally limited to 15 globally. There is no chance in hell, given our economic situation and our population growth patterns, that we will ever achieve that ratio anytime in the near future. Secondly, the engagement of the parents, if you look at it in the IB system, which is now being transplanted into the CBC system, does not reflect what our social parameters or social orientations are. For example, to expect a poor lady in Kibra to be attending to homework between 4 and 8 when she should be by the street selling hamburger or making a living is completely out of touch. To expect a student in Suba South, where I come from, to be downloading teaching equipment like my children do every day, they have full internet in their bedrooms, is completely out of touch. It is not practical. So the problem with CBC is that it is going to create very huge social disparities and economic disparities between the rich and the poor. And I think it would be foolhardy of this House not to call out the government. And I'm surprised that this administration is actually going forward to implement it. I thought they would retreat and relook at it. Education is the equalizer, is what brings out people from whatever social class you are born into through your hard work, innovation, and offers you social mobility into other social categories of life. And the way I understand CBC and the way I understand IB to work, which is where it is coming from, I do not see this thing working for this country. And I would strongly recommend that it be paused. It should be paused and the chaotic implementation taken away, because this will definitely affect the international perception of our educational system. Yes, I think it should be paused, relooked into afresh, and then people to clearly understand what this animal called CBC is coming to, is all about. Otherwise, I see a lot of problems in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Chepalungu, Victor Koech.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this particular motion. And from the onset, I want to thank the Honorable Member, Honorable Kaluma, for this particular motion so we can deliberate on what is currently happening to the education sector in our country. Madam Speaker, CBC is good, but its timing of implementation is wrong. Because, Honorable Speaker, we as a country, currently we are suffering from bad economic situations, and this is greatly affecting actually the construction of schools that the government had promised. As we talk, Madam Speaker, there was a task force. This particular task force, Madam Speaker, was actually tasked to look into the recommendation that was going to make implementation of CBC better or simpler. The task force, Honorable Speaker, made recommendations that CBC, which is now class 7, should be domiciled in each and every primary school. Lately, there were approvals, or primary school were to seek approval for domiciling JSS, which is our junior secondary schools. And in my constituency, I have 187 primary schools, and those that were approved to offer this particular CBC classes were 113, leaving out a number. This only meant that children who are barely 12 years are about to travel for over 5 kilometers. In a day, they are traveling for almost 10 kilometers simply to look for education. Bearing in mind that my constituency is suffering from many challenges and not limited to lack of food. Imagine a 12-year-old pupil or even a learner traveling for almost 5 kilometers without tea in the morning, and you expect the same learner to to go through lessons that are being offered. Look in a situation whereby the learner is supposed to learn up to even 12 lessons, as opposed to the initial 6 examinable subjects. Now they are told they are supposed to learn almost 12 subjects. This is a challenge, Honorable Speaker, because of a lack of sufficient teachers, or the teachers are few, and the same teachers who have not been trained on CBC are facing a lot of challenges and not even limited to lack of offices. Imagine an high school teacher or a secondary school teacher who has been trained on 2 subjects and now is being aided by a primary school teacher. There are going to be a lot of conflicts, Madam Speaker, and for these reasons, we, as a country, have to make a decision on, first of all, to hold this particular CBC, to wait until when we are ready as a country to implement the same. Speakers have spoke about the same, and personally, I've looked into CPC, and I've realized it was a copy or a cut and paste document or a program that is coming from Malaysia and Romania. Madam Speaker, it is meant for a developed country, not a country like Kenya, where infrastructure is still underdeveloped. For this reason, Madam Speaker, we as a country, as an house, have to relook into this particular program, and I know it is possible, save for the fact that we normally pass motions in this house, but implementation of the same, Madam Speaker, ought to be done, because we cannot be an house that is making recommendation that the government is not ready to implement. Madam Speaker, I would wish to make my submission as so, and to support this particular motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Baringo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to declare first that I am a teacher of double mathematics. And we've had, Madam Speaker, I think this system of education was actually pushed by Bretton Woods institutions that are very developed nations where the income per capita was high, where there exists for their countries. This system of education that we previously had, Madam Speaker, 844, was rated that Kenya is offering the best education in the world. All of a sudden, the Bretton Woods institutions and our former colonizers realized that we were catching up with them. And what do we do to mess up Africa and mess up this country called Kenya? They introduced a system to cause confusion, killed our trajectory to success in education by bringing in CBC. Madam Speaker, I say that because if you want to finish a nation, mess up with their education system, and everyone else will be confused forever. Madam Speaker, look at the countries that have succeeded. France, Canada, name them. South Africa, our neighbors in Africa here, tried CPC for 12 years, and it collapsed. Madam Speaker, I want to declare that now, 9 years down the line, CBC in Kenya is facing a crisis more than the economic crisis that we are facing, and it is due to collapse. How is it going to collapse, Madam Speaker? Schools have opened. JCC are in school. JSS are in school. They are not being taught. Why? One teacher that we recruited is even yet to report. The other primary school teachers in that school are not willing to attend because what is the requirement for you to teach in a high school? One, you must have a mean grade of C+ at Form 4, and you must have a mean grade of C+ in 2 teaching subjects. So
most of the primary school teachers do not meet that qualification, and therefore they have no business to teach the JSS in their schools. Leaving one teacher to operate like a robot who cannot be able to, cover the entire curriculum of 14 subjects. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? It is a collapse. It's a collapse. Even the fact that members of parliament are saying, let's wait. For how long does the JSS students who are now in primary wait until they are taught? If we employed about 30,000 teachers, and it is not even enough to teach in all our JSS classes. In my constituency, a school called Yatia, up to today we are here, they don't have a JSS, similar to another one called Kosile, and many others who did not get because the numbers were not enough. Madam Speaker, what is it called that? It is called a collapse. And CBC must be stopped now by this country so that we can be able to bring back what is right for our children. Madam Speaker, if you look at the number of teachers that are required, if 30,000 keep us one teacher, you require to recruit 150,000 teachers now to cover the CBC. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible, but we don't have the resources. If we don't have the resources to employ the teachers, CBC collapses. Therefore, this system is destined to die in the next few days in our schools. Madam Speaker, I also want to say the preparedness of our teachers who are supposed to offer the JSS curriculum is not there. So what does that mean, Madam Speaker? You have class 8 with torn shorts and poorly kept, and you have a JCC where they are now, JSS where they are now demanding school fees. Where do we get that, Madam Speaker? It tells you what is the way forward that we can do this now. Instead of creating a country.
Your time is up. The Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support the motion that is very important as a country and as a nation to look at what has happened, probably in retrospect, and study CBC and understand it. One, I want to acknowledge that CBC has faced headwinds in its implementation. And these headwinds it is suffering from did not start because GSS now has started. It started from the first day grade 1 pupils started. CBC is not about GSS. It's about a whole system, a whole curricula that started from PP1, PP2, grade 1, until now we are entering grade 7, which is another phase of the CBC curriculum. Madam Speaker, even at the beginning of PP1 and PP2, and grade 1 and grade 2, there were problems, there were issues. But the ministry, under the leadership of the late Professor Magoha, was able to take CBC forward until now it has reached grade 6 and now grade 7. We need to congratulate the people at the ministry for the good work they have done. To say that CBC is a failure in this country is misinformation, it is wrong, and it should not continue. CBC has succeeded. Now we face a challenge ahead of us. How do we now transit from primary school to junior secondary school? That is the hitch. And that hitch is something that will be within a year. And in the next year, 2024, we'll have gone to JSS 2. And I think this country is able to overcome this. When 844 started, it started on the same footing. When I was studying curriculum development and implementation of curricula in this country at Kenyatta University during my days, we used to say 844 has failed. But today people are sitting in this parliament and saying 844 succeeded. But it did not start on a rosy ground. It started first on a very shaky ground. But eventually, as a country, we moved forward, put in the best pillars, put in the best foundation, and 844 succeeded. Same as CBC. It will succeed, but it will require us as leaders to say we have a duty of care to the young people, put our brains and resources to it and ensure that CBC succeeds. To sit here and to stand here to say that CBC is a failure and we predict that it will fail, we are saying Kenya is going to fail as a country. We cannot sit here and pray that our president fails. I'll sit here and pray that our country fails. No responsible leader can sit and pray that his country fails. As a country, we need to move forward and look at what are the challenges that we face. What we have now in JSS are challenges. The first challenge is about human resource, teachers. How are we going to galvanize the support of and support TSC to ensure that we have teachers? This is the budget-making house. We need to say, how much money do we need for teachers? And fight to ensure that we have enough for teachers. How much resources do we need to push JSS forward in terms of desks, in terms of human resource, in terms of equipment and everything, so that we can sit back here and say, it looked like it would fail, but because we stood up as teachers, it has succeeded. And that is how this country has been built, on a spirit of resilience, on a spirit that we can succeed even when the odds look against us. That's how we build a strong nation. So for me, it is a challenge. It is a challenge that we need to face. And I cannot stand here and the people of Kilifi North say, even my MP has said JSS has failed. And tomorrow a child wakes up going to class and saying, I want to join JSS. What have I told that child? What have I told that teacher? They require our motivation. And they require us to rally behind this government to ensure that CBC succeeds. Because Kenya will gain international repute. And even your children, when they go out there to seek for work and for employment in other countries, they will be respected because we have built a system, a resilient education system. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say there are challenges that we must face. But as a country, we must continue to face these challenges together. It is not this coalition or this coalition. It is about this country, Kenya, that must move forward, make sure CBC succeeds, and make sure that as a professional teacher, I also want to give my input so that JSS succeeds with my experience as a teacher. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kipipiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make some contribution on my views regarding this very great motion, thanking Honorable Kaluma, because the motion is timely. Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that a new program must face challenges. And so we are there facing these challenges because this is a new program or new curriculum. But Honorable Speaker, we must not face this challenge emotionally. We must identify the challenges, separate the issues, do what we can do, stand tall, because leaders are identified for offering solutions during the most difficult time. And this is such time. Honorable Speaker, we must separate the issues. We are the same people from the same country, because none of us is a stranger here, who were there when this program was installed. Though we know many of us, I can personally confirm without fear of contradiction that I made a very long write-up indicating the hesitant of this curriculum to be installed then. And I was feeling there was need for more time, and so are many Kenyans. However, majority have their way, minority have their say. For those of myself, Honorable Sosioni, Honorable Amina, and many others were the minority, and this system was installed. So here we are. As leaders, what do we do? Honorable Speaker, we must separate the issues without emotions, and these issues are doable. Honorable Speaker, we are speaking of desks. For heaven's sake, how can we abandon a curriculum because of desks? I think I want to call the Committee on Education to order and ask the Committee on Education to ban midnight oil, identify these simple issues, and give recommendation to the ministry and this house speak in one voice that these students can sit on the desk they sat before they joined junior secondary. We are debating here that we abandon a system because of uniform. I cannot be convinced on such a flimsy statement. It is an understatement to say that we abandon a curriculum because the children cannot afford the uniform. Honorable Speaker, we agree. We are suffering. We have economic hardship, not only in Kenya, but globally. We are having and we are facing climate change, which is bringing hunger, not only in Kenya, but globally. All these challenges are faced by everyone in the whole world. So, as Kenya, we have to show leadership as a house. If it is a matter of uniform, the Committee on Education can make a statement and say that these children shall continue using the uniform they wore before. What we need here, and what this house should be debating, is about allocation of funds. And Madam Speaker, cost-benefit analysis can be done now, aimed at seeing how much money we need. We only need the human resource. And infrastructure can still be used as it was for the time being. If the Committee on Education can recommend that we need 200,000 teachers, and this is the amount we need, I think the government can see how better we can do it. I want to support the motion saying it is good because we need to brainstorm, but I want to oppose that we abandon this system, and I want to say that we move on with this system because this is a system that has been tried before, and we all know the benefit of equipping students with this kind of a system. The time is too short, but I urge the House, let's debate positively without emotions, finding solutions, offering solutions instead of lamenting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Lugari, Honorable Nabi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to add my voice and associate myself with the sentiments of the gracious lady who has just spoken before me. I want to associate myself with the sentiments of Honorable Miremba. I want to associate myself with the sentiments of the chairman of the Education Committee. Madam Speaker, Professor Malinowski, a known anthropologist who studied systems, had this to say, that the fear for change is the ultimate excuse of lazy people who want to maintain the comfort zone. Mr. Speaker, Ian Darwin, in his book, Living with Change, had this to say, that as much as we fear change, it is the only pathway to a new order. My good people, members of the National Assembly, we cannot bastardize CBC simply because we are facing challenges in implementation. Madam Speaker, I was in the 763 system when they started implementing 844. I can tell you, it was chaos. But it was the zeal and will of men and women who made policy. The people who sat in this house before us, they decided to allocate resources to 844 that it came the way it has been. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we allocate TSC more money to employ more teachers. What we need to do is that this House is very soon going to debate supplementary to allocate more money to Ministry of Education, Department of Basic Education for infrastructure development so that we can develop the infrastructure we need for schools. Madam Speaker, I want to share with you my own experience. I have a grade 5 child in my house. I have an A student who's just joined Lenana. I can tell you the perceptions, the attitudes of the two are very different. You can see some new order, some creativity, some innovation, some zeal, some energy in the CBC child. Why do we want to kill a system that will change our way of life to put us on a competitive edge? Madam Speaker, what is the real issue? We are running away from the problem. The real problem, you listen to people, even in this House, honorable members, they don't want to travel with their children in their journey for learning. People don't want to do assignments with their children. Whom do you want to run away from? Parenthood, we cannot transfer parenthood to teachers. Please, parents, let's take role in parenthood. Thank you. I want CBC to continue with amendment.
Member for Marakwet West, Honorable Toroitich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that to be able to contribute on this very important motion. Madam Speaker, the issue of CBC in this country, in my opinion, is a tragedy of monumental proportion. Madam Speaker, this is a case where the cat came before the horse. Madam Speaker, I submit that CBC should have been executed after the proper infrastructure is in place. Madam Speaker, last week or some 3 weeks ago, the Minister of Education purportedly undertook some exercise to approve or disapprove some schools that can be able to host junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that most primary schools and private primary schools were left out. Some of them were not approved to host junior secondary schools, and that greatly disadvantaged the young students. Madam Speaker, young students in this country, their parents cannot be disadvantaged because of a poorly planned government program. Madam Speaker, this program came into place without proper infrastructure by the government. So, Mr. Speaker, what I propose is that this program be suspended in the meantime. Let the government invest in infrastructure. Let the government get sufficient resources. Let us have enough teachers who can be able to tutor our students, because currently we have one teacher tutoring more than maybe 50 students, undertaking or conducting more than 14 subjects in a single classroom. So, Madam Speaker, I propose that let the government put the proper infrastructure in place and thereafter have the program rolled out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. Member for Makwiny, Honorable Kiamba.
Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I really feel privileged. First and foremost, I wish to support this motion with a few points. One, I think it's very important every time we talk about an educational system to understand that every educational curriculum has the desired objectives. For us as a country to move to this CB system, there are the desired objectives that we wanted to achieve. Currently, as we talk, we can no longer afford to provide the much needed jobs by our graduates. And we needed a system where our children would now be self-driven and innovative so that they can face the world independently and innovatively. So when we say that it's expensive, are we saying we continue minting graduates who cannot stand on their feet? Is that more cheaper? Me, I think it's even more expensive for us to get the Kenyan children to continue minting graduates who cannot stand on their feet, even at the lowest level. So foremost, I think as legislators, it's very important for us to look at the objective of this CB system. Secondly, the outcomes we expected from this education system, we may not achieve them now because we are still at the implementation level. But on the long run, when you look at it, I am sure, even starting from what one of my colleagues has said, you can even see the change. I want to give my own example. I have a grandchild who is in PP, who is now in grade 1. That child who is in grade 1, when I compare that child with another one of the other system who is in standard 8, there is a lot of difference. Here is a child who cannot even leave plates on the table, collects them, and even is assigned to wash them, he'll wash them. While we have graduates who cannot even, they even have very wrong attitude in even washing their own clothes. Secondly, we realize that what we are experiencing is more of teething problems than actual problems. And as one of us has actually said here, Madam Speaker, if we run away from a system that is going to deliver this country simply because it has teething problem, I think we would have done a lot of injustice to this particular country. The only inadequacy we have in this particular curriculum was the issue of resources and unpreparedness. And we now realize from from PP1 to up to now the junior secondary, we are prepared. It's only a very small bit that is remaining, and we would actually get prepared. So I think to resist the change and we move backwards, it is one of the most undesired issues. Secondly, we cannot have the excellent being the enemy of the good. So far what we are doing, and I think we need to congratulate the teachers and even the educational officials. So far what we are doing is having a lot of impact to our own children. So I think it's important for the Committee on Education and the department affected for us to spend more and get a life-changing educational system that will empower our children and will empower our children to take this country forward. Secondly, what is making it very complicated? Normally when you are trained a teacher, you are a teacher. The only difference between old teachers and the new teachers is methodology. We already have colleges running all over the country. If the committee and the ministry involved to take action, we can use already the existing colleges to reorient our teachers in the issue of methodology, because that is the only point that actually limits the resources, the human resource. So I think it's not a big challenge. I think the biggest problem is attitude. Attitude from the teachers, attitude from the parents, attitude from the leaders. And I'm pleading with all of you, including me, including each one of
Your time is up. Member for Chesumei, Honorable Biego.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also give my views on this. And I rise up to say that CBC would have actually been the way to go, but as it is, I have some reservations. One is most of the people who train the students at home are the parents. Now, majority of the parents were used to or did the 844 system. So now they may not be in a position even to help their children when doing homework because they are not understanding this system. So to me, I was seeing that there was no real hurry, and because of the resources that we do not also have, the adequate resources, then it is my thinking that it would have still stayed a little bit longer. And as for the structure of the curriculum, it has been designed that most of the activities happen almost at the same time, and those who would miss school, the children who would miss school would be very difficult for them to catch up. So I feel that the way the structure is would be a bit difficult for the students. And as for the teachers also, many of the teachers ought to have been trained fast so that when we roll this system, it would go up, it would be up and running in a manner that the teachers also understand. We see many times, even us as legislators and many people ask so many questions pertaining the CBC, and sometimes we are not even able to explain to them how it is supposed to be run, just because it was rushed and now the structures are not very well. That is why, as we are having them domicile in the primary schools, there's so much confusion. And as for us, like members of parliament, of course, the infrastructure is not good, and like now, facilities like laboratories, libraries, we expected, at least as members of parliament, since our docket is on education, to help in terms of building some of those infrastructures. And also I fear that since the money is not enough, then what is going to happen will look like we are not given any development, we have not done any development in our areas, because at least part of the money which would have otherwise been used for other development purposes would now be diverted to the infrastructure as a result of the CBC. I also see that there is inadequate learning and teaching materials, like textbooks for the children and learners and learning materials. And what I don't understand is why should it be in such a rush? So to me, I'm still seeing that we need to give it time. The idea is good, but it is wrongly timed. Thank you so much.
Very well. The Honorable Member for Mgwen is in the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute on this motion. And for any structure to stand the test of time, we must have a good foundation. And I believe CBC is in place, and this is the right time. The only questions that we seek to answer is, are we part of the problem or we are part of the solutions? The other question is, are we cowards? Do we fear the unknown? I've heard most of the members of parliament speak here, yet I know that the train has already left the station. We've already in the process of implementing the CBC curriculum. And I would not actually urge members, I would want to urge members not to fear the unknown. Personally, I know the young generation, or the kids, our kids, personally being a parent of CBC, their knowledge have increased, they are more intelligent than in the past. Even the Bible justifies that in the early times or in the future, knowledge will increase. Kids who are born today are sharp more than the early days. So we cannot keep suppressing our kids from exploring more in terms of what we have in the CBC curriculum. For example, our kids right now understand more with the new technology and everything else. We cannot still stick with the same system of 844, yet we have to give our kids a chance to even explore more. The other thing is we have in our primary schools, we have teachers who are knowledgeable, who are very intelligent. It's not a different system. It's just similar trainings, knowledge, just an adjustment of the curriculum. So I would wish that the government employ new technologies to train these teachers. We have teachers who have already have masters and degrees in primary schools. We can just adopt those teachers, give them a few trainings, and then carry on with the CBC curriculum. Finally, we can employ new technologies like even online learning for our teachers to cut down on costs and also save on time. So for my case, I would want to support this program that CBC be rolled out in Kenyan education system. Let only the government increase the resources so that this CBC system can be effective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next is Honorable Richard Yegon, Bomet East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Personally, I think I'm going to read from a different script from my colleague who has just finished his submission. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I would like to say, even last time when we talked, when the committee of experts or those who came and presented what they found out down there in the villages, I would like to say, in my constituency, this CBC has got a lot of challenges. In fact, even getting the teachers to teach in these schools of the JSS, I'm telling you, it is a challenge in the sense that the government even is getting challenges in employing all the teachers, sufficient teachers to teach our children. And what I wanted to say is that the parents are also being pressed too much in the sense that they are being asked for money for the JSS, the secondary schools. Some other teachers also, and some other parents are also taking to private school children, whereby, in fact, over the weekend, most of the parents came to me, talking to me, asking for support on the JSS. And in fact, I thought the government was going to finance everything for this JSS junior secondary school program. Again, as we can see, the government is struggling getting money even for development projects. Why do we have to go this way, whereby we need a lot of money to make the infrastructure for this new curriculum? We even have ourselves. We are sitting here, we live late in the parliament, from our place of work, everybody, not even parliamentarians alone, everybody who is working. When they leave their place of work, they are very tired. Reaching home, you are being again ambushed by homework, which I don't think everybody can concentrate when you are home, when you are so tired. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to say my people from my constituency are having challenges and they say they are not supporting this. I placed last time. Up to now, I want to submit that this thing has to be relooked again so that at least we have some found good grounds to move on. Thank you very much.
Very well. The Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I would say that I support the CBC system. It is a system that is hinged on imparting skills and competencies to the learners. And it is a system that is personalized as opposed to the 844 system that we have now. The fact that the system has come 9 years old and a lot of investment has gone into it has already been explained by quite a number of members in this house. I don't need to repeat that. But what I would say at this point is that we are now at a transition where the grade 6 are now transitioning to junior secondary. Of course, we are facing a lot of challenges, and those are challenges as a result of that transition, which is a teething problem. Those challenges can be dealt with as a country in two ways. One, some challenges can be dealt with administratively. For example, the question of school uniform. The fact that this junior secondary is domiciled within the primary school where these children were learning is enough to make us agree that there is no need for new uniform for the junior secondary. They can continue with the uniform that they had in grade 6. Many other issues can also be dealt with administratively. Like, for example, we can agree all those schools that have been earmarked as feeder schools can still continue being CBC centers. Those are administrative issues that we can agree on as a country. They are not issues that will make us run away from a system that is already 9 years old. Other issues, and this is the elephant in the room, other issues can be dealt with resource-wise, because we need a lot of resources, and that is where a lot of challenges are coming from. For example, we need 30,000 classrooms for the CBC, but the government has constructed 10,000 classrooms. We can agree to appropriate more resources so that we can have more classrooms to accommodate the CBC to sort out that challenge. For example, we have recruited 36,000 teachers to teach CBC when we require 103,000 teachers. We can appropriate more resources for those more teachers to be recruited so that the challenge of teachers can be done with. We require 30,000 laboratories. That one requires resources. It's not a matter that will make us run away from a system that's already 9 years old, and a lot of resources has already gone into it. I know the system might appear like it has been rushed, but it is because of the transition that we are moving from grade 6 to grade 7. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, I will stop there with my contribution for now, and I say I fully support the CBC system, and as a parliament, as 13th parliament, I think we have a historic opportunity to give more resources to the CBC system so that this personalized system of learning, as opposed to the 844 system, does not get killed at this stage. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Rosa Buyu, Kisumu West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I'd also like to thank Honorable Kaluma for making it possible for us to discuss this very important issue in the House this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, for the records, I'm a trained teacher and my TSC number is 240156. So I'm speaking with the authority of a trained teacher. Mr. Speaker, like one of my colleagues has already said, the train has indeed left the station, but it doesn't mean that we cannot look at things that might still be wrong with that train before it gets a final accident. Mr. Speaker, this could have been a noble idea, but I think it was rushed. Mr. Speaker, issues and challenges that are coming out now should have actually been given more time so that CBC would have been made more effective. Mr. Speaker, in my contribution, I'm going to zero in on the junior secondary school, and I'm going to talk about the parents. Mr. Speaker, the parents with these difficult economic times has just had another burden increased on their plate. If a parent had a standard 6 child who is now graduating to junior secondary, and the same parent had a child who did standard 8 and has got to go to Form 1, the burden of that parent is increased. Why? Because with the junior secondary, that parent has to now factor in getting new school uniform for that child who would have otherwise used the same uniform had they gone into Standard 7. Mr. Speaker, we also know that if that child was not going to the new system or going to the new junior secondary school, where they are now required to pay money or to buy lockers and carry those lockers to school, the least that a locker is costing each parent is 4,500 Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, we know how much many of these parents depend on CDF bursary to effect the education of their children. When you load another 4,500 on that parent for the locker, when you load another 15,000 on that parent for the uniform for the junior secondary school, and the parent still has to cater for uniform and other requirements for the child who's going to Form 1, Mr. Speaker, I think that's being unkind. So the government should have actually put in more money to ensure that the parents were not overburdened with this new system. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the system that was used in allocating or picking out schools that would get the junior secondary school. Mr. Speaker, it's been said, at least in my locality, that any school that had students less than 45 could not enjoy the junior secondary school facility. Mr. Speaker, you find that in a sub-location, you might find many schools which had classes of less than 45 students in standard 6. Mr. Speaker, that whole locality of a sub-location might actually miss any school offering junior secondary school education, so that children now have to walk far and wide in search for junior secondary school. What eventually will happen is that these students will actually fall out because they cannot walk such long distances to get into junior secondary school. Mr. Speaker, then what is it about 100% transition? We are now going to get less children joining junior secondary school than they were in standard 6 because the distances they have to cover is too far. Mr. Speaker, I also think of the parents. Mr. Speaker, these are parents who are nurturing their children, and a parent has a standard 6 child and has a child who's gone into Form 1. But this standard 6 child now has new uniform, has trousers, has everything, and the Form 1 the standard 8 child, who is their firstborn probably, is wearing shorts and still looking like he's not the senior that he is to this standard 6 child who's going to junior secondary. We know what sibling rivalry can cause in a family. Mr. Speaker, parents are now being overburdened emotionally and financially. Mr. Speaker, I also want to suggest that even if a school had less than 45 candidates in a class, if you look at that locality.
Very well, your time is up, and good contribution. Next we have Honorable Miruka Alpha Bamachoge. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to be one of those ones who are supporting CBC 100%. In fact, we should be discussing how to increase the budget of education to cater for the needs of CBC. I'm surprised that other members are speaking against CBC. There is no way you start something without challenges. And in this life, challenges make things happen in the right way. If you go back to our schools as members, let this 13th Parliament be in the books of history that made CBC to be a very successful system in the history of Kenya. My observation, the system is so nice, but it should be in the opposite way. 30% practical, 70% theory. Now we should be able to make an amendment how it should be practical oriented to make sure that our pupils now under CBC, they are future people who know what they are doing. You can't compare CBC with 844 system. I'm an 844 system person. 844, you struggle by yourself. In fact, 100% is theory. CBC, we should support it. Actually, the Minister for Education I would also urge the Committee of Education to develop a strategy. How can we make structures in every school in our country that will make sure that CBC is a success? It's recently the government employed several teachers, but even if it tries to employ teachers, our schools is overpopulated in terms of pupils. Let's take either one full financial year or 2 financial years and focus on, let me tell you, the country, Speaker, without an education system is a dead country. We should make sure that as a house of the 13th Parliament, let's focus on how to make sure CBC is a success and it will help our pupils and change the entire system in this country. We have CDF. Okay, in the last government, they also built some schools, some laboratories, some classes in secondary schools. But now the current one is this junior secondary is a domicile in the primary schools. Let's actually, let me advise every member that let's every financial year allocate some funds to every primary school within your constituency, either one, a laboratory. You find by the end of 5 years, we have tried to boost vertical structures in every school to promote the system of CBC. Otherwise, if you see around, you see a grade 4, a grade 3 pupil trying to create a very good bus. It creates how that mind is being creative. If we nurture these small minds, this country of ours should not be a developing country anymore, but should be a developed country in terms of invention. We should be having new ideas that will make this country be a globally competitive country in terms of education. I stand to support the honorable member who brought this motion and actually be in records that we should not discuss this motion for the sake of it, but try to analyze every member's opinion that is giving us the way forward how to make sure the system of this country is improving to a better place. The only challenge we're having, of course, we are living in a very economical times that the country is struggling in terms of we don't have money. Our budget's being reduced, scaled down. But how I wish the government should not scale down the budget of the Ministry for Education and make sure that actually we should slice other ministries and then increase the allocation in education ministry purposely to make sure that CBC is a success to this nation. Otherwise, I stand to support and say let's all of us support the system of CBC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I was attracted to this as members contribute, that in Article 53 of the Constitution, which talks about the rights of the children, that in its Part B, it says that education, every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. So in our contribution, we should know that the Constitution also guides us a great deal. Let's hear from Honorable Nicholas Ngiko Long of Turkana East. In the absence of Honorable Nicholas, let's hear from Honorable Robert Basil Yatta. Very well. So let's proceed to hear from Honorable Cynthia Muge Nandi. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion that has been brought to the floor of this House by Honorable Kaluma. First, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the concern that Honorable Kaluma has noted and has taken it upon himself to actually bring the motion to the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, allow me to first appreciate that CBC has its own challenges, and these are challenges that have been mentioned over and again by the honorable members of this House, Honorable Speaker, ranging from the shortage of teachers, issues to do with the infrastructure, issues to do with congestion in some of the schools that have too many pupils in the same classroom. And Honorable Speaker, lastly, the issue of capitation, the delay of capitation, and actually generally financial constraints, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to say that CBC started 9 years ago is a statement of fact, and I don't think we now have a right to say that the CBC has has been implemented in a hurry. Honorable Speaker, there was 9 years, and the pioneers of CBC, as you all know, are actually those ones in junior secondary school as we speak. Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking as a full-time CBC parent, right from PP1. I've not had other kids who went through the 844 system. I only have kids who have gone through CBC. Honorable Speaker, allow me to say that CBC is a very good system. It is a system that can be able to take us from one level of development as a country to the other, if these other teething problems, like honorable members have stated, are looked into, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of CBC, as it is coming out right now, is a test on the leadership of this country. And the leadership is tested or put to test in such a time, Honorable Speaker, where a special issue, an issue that is very basic, an issue that is very emotive, is put to question, Honorable Speaker. And this is such a time, Honorable Speaker. And as a House of Leaders, Honorable Speaker, we should be on the forefront in providing solutions and not bashing the same system, Honorable Speaker. Every system, Honorable Speaker, has problems when it is starting. I had not come of age when the other system of all levels was here, Honorable Speaker, and of course I did not get the opportunity to hear the kind of concerns that people had during the transition, Honorable Speaker. But I am glad that I am here during the transition from 844 system that I went through myself to the CBC system. Honorable Speaker, like someone has said already, we are better off having a practical kind of education system, an education system that imparts skills on the students, on the pupils, for them to be able to use those skills to cater for themselves in terms of getting jobs and in terms of providing for their families, Honorable Speaker. It is a very good system if we were to be able to ensure that we mitigate the challenges that are facing the system by ensuring that, Honorable Speaker, as a House of Parliament, as a House that has the powers to actually oversight the implementation of the same system, a House that has powers to provide money or financial assistance in regards to budgeting for whatever needs that the system needs, Honorable Speaker, and be able to pay attention, adequate attention to this particular issue, allocate all the money that it requires for hiring of teachers, for infrastructure issues, and for the other problems that the parents are facing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to appreciate the teachers, the CBC teachers, especially those ones in junior secondary school. It is not and has not been easy, Honorable Speaker, but I want to appreciate those who are giving their all to the students who have been given to them under their care while in school. Honorable Speaker, it is not an easy thing, but they have been trying. CBC, Honorable Speaker, being a parent, is very expensive. It is even expensive to me, who at least has some sort of income, Honorable Speaker, that every time when the term begins, I am always, it's natural, Honorable Speaker, when you don't have money, you make a lot of noise for no reason. So every time when the term is beginning, I have been making a lot of noise because of the list of items to be bought. I feel for the parents as a parent as well, that it is really expensive. But like you put it correctly, Honorable Speaker, like in the Constitution, it is provided that every student, every child in this country is entitled to education that is free and is actually compulsory and should be quality, Honorable Speaker. So as a House of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, we should be providing solutions. And the solution, like honorable members have stated previously, is that we allocate funds, we give them adequate money, and we ensure that we have good systems to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the CBC system, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support that there are issues, like it has been raised in the motion, in regards to...
Very well. Honorable Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to join in congratulating Honorable Kaluma for bringing this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, if you realized when the motion was moved, actually the support was across the floor, because it does not matter what political divide you are. When you touch education, you touch to the core, even of this House. And Mr. Speaker, as the previous speaker, Honorable Cynthia, has spoken, we are also parents. I'm also a CBC parent. So we also interact with these issues as they come, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to make it, to set it from the start that when we improve or even positively criticize a system, it does not mean that we are fighting a government or we do not want the best for the government. And I say that because, Mr. Speaker, this CBC initially, junior secondary school was to be in high schools. And we are the same people who actually rose in our positions to oppose it. Because I would say in Gilgil, I have 76 primary schools, I have 36 secondary schools, and the question was, how do you cover the 15,000 square kilometers for children to go to secondary school? So we have good reasons, and it is not informed by emotions, Mr. Speaker. It is informed by what we encounter every day. And Mr. Speaker, that is to show that the improvement has not started now. Initially, they were to go to secondary schools. We actually made a policy change from the ministry to ensure that they are domiciled in the primary schools. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the distances have been reduced. So even now, when we push to improve on this very good system, Mr. Speaker, it is not blindfolded. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very clearly, I think the members and what has driven this to come at this point, when recently we were doing bursaries, allocations, like the small monies that we have received for CDF, I interacted with parents asking for money to be supported to take their children to junior secondary schools. We are still not having 100% transition to the normal secondary schools, Mr. Speaker. And now what we are dealing with are 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds to 12-year-olds, Mr. Speaker, that are going to drop out from school. What has that done, Mr. Speaker? It has brought out the issues of early marriages back. It has brought out the issue of FGM in many communities back so that they can be married off, Mr. Speaker. We are talking a generation we have messed up in our own policy and guinea pig kind of interventions, Mr. Speaker, and it is a sad story. So when we speak, it is not that we oppose the government, it is not that we don't support the ministry, it is only that we have a responsibility. The sovereignty power we enjoy in this house under Article 1, Mr. Speaker, is donated by the people. So we can only talk for those people. So, Mr. Speaker, I know many issues have been canvassed, and I will not talk back to them, but I want to make sure that we have the issues flagged out, Mr. Speaker. And the one thing I hope that we will do is that it will not just be talking in vanity and an exercise in futility, that the Ministry of Education, and especially the Committee on Education in this house, will take up this Hansard to the Ministry of Education to actually relay the information that members have said here, because it is not personal. So for one, I think we must ensure that every public primary school, Mr. Speaker, is gazetted as a junior secondary school. Let us start there. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have private schools ongoing right now. Look at the discrepancies between where our children are going and where other kids are going, Mr. Speaker. Public primary schools have gotten a disadvantage because if you tell a kid in my constituency in a school called Odubei that it is not gazetted because it did not have 45 children, Mr. Speaker, what are you telling the other school? They will have to walk 10 kilometers, go to Nderit, go to Dubai Primary, Mr. Speaker, that is an 11-year-old, Mr. Speaker. What are we talking? Scavengers. We are talking mafisi on the road. We are talking criminals on the road on a 12-year-old girl who needs to go to a school. Mr. Speaker, we have built infrastructure. Let them stick to the schools. Let every school be gazetted. That way, we will minimize even the congestion in the other schools. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this issue of naming it even junior secondary school, the ministry must relook it. Let it be even an upper primary, whatever you call it, Mr. Speaker. Why? So that the administration of this school is under one roof. Mr. Speaker, if you say that the account of junior secondary school is made a signatory by the head teacher, who is a primary school teacher and a member of the board, the confusion we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, is not a small thing. So the issue of administration must be dealt with as we deal with the issue of teachers, Mr. Speaker. Even as we speak, Mr. Speaker, it may look like we are fighting this system, but Mr. Speaker, we are just improving it, and there are several things that can be done to actually make it a better system, even without reverse. And the other one, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, finally, as I finish, because I can see my light is on, the issue of uniform. The best schools in the US, and kids don't even need uniform.
On Martha, we are giving you 1 minute. Proceed.
I'm winding up because the issue of uniform, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. Right now, a junior secondary school kid needs 4,500 for locker, 4,500 for uniform, and 4,500 for food. Without 15,000, you're not able to take your child to school, Mr. Speaker. So can we have them transit with the same uniform? And we are helping the ministry because they have been giving very good press releases, but implementation is not working. So can we make sure they implement, because this house is sovereign and it represents the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I hope the Minister for Education is listening to this very rich debate. Now, let's hear from the veteran Member of Parliament for Seme, James Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, what we are discussing is not concept. On that, we are agreed. CBC is a good concept. What we are actually discussing is planning and implementation. I think in my mind, that's where the issue is. Because what we have here is a good concept that was not planned properly and is now being implemented badly. That is where we are. And Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where the how is failing the why. The why is good, but the how is bad. So that is where our problem is. I cannot believe, Mr. Speaker, that in the ministry, the professionals that are there did not give an input. I suspect that professionals probably were ignored. Mr. Speaker, professionals study how the world is created. If you are a Christian by God, if you are an atheist by nature, they are literally the messengers of God. Do not ignore them, even if they are powerless. Mr. Speaker, the ministry as a whole had 5 major policy changes which are clashing within a very short period of time. Mr. Speaker, we had 100% transition. We had localization, which then became delocalization. We changed the teacher training policy from certificate to diploma. The result, many teacher training colleges are almost empty. So these are issues of planning, not the issue of concept. Mr. Speaker, we have the problem of funding of the universities. So all these 5 policies were so major, they needed very meticulous planning. And then the CBC, I said that is a good concept. But where are the areas where planning failed us? Human resource. One teacher cannot teach 12 areas. It's not possible. And so we needed to look at that. Infrastructure, we needed classrooms, we needed workshops or labs, whatever we call them. We even started by building classrooms in secondary schools and then turn around and say now there is. That is a problem of planning, not concept. Mr. Speaker, in terms of parents, we didn't prepare the parents. Very few parents thought that when their children are moving from standard 6 to standard 7, they are going to spend 15,000 shillings. They were shocked. And that is a problem that we must look at. Even the pupils themselves were not prepared. That some of them are now going to walk long distances because of the principle of the way we put the schools out, the way we plan them out. So it is a question of poor preparation. Mr. Speaker, I know we can achieve this, we need to. And the way forward, many of my colleagues have said, in infrastructure, let's go back and just plan. I can predict something. In 10 years' time, all schools will actually start from grade 1 up to university, because you have no way. All schools have to have junior secondary. You are not going to have children walking 11 kilometers at this stage. So we're all going to have them. And when the exam will be university entrance. So all of them will be like what happened in 1962 when the common entrance examination was removed. All people moved from standard 1 to standard 8, and the concept of primary schools then and intermediate schools then disappeared, and we had primary schools. So I think that is the way we are going to. So the way forward, let's plan the infrastructure, let's face it out, let's finance it. And the teachers, Mr. Speaker, let's retool. These are kids in actually real primary schools. The teachers were teaching them. Some of them are competent, retool them. There are teachers with diploma in these primary schools and even the graduate teachers. Redesignate them and let them go and teach. In short, Mr. Speaker, let us relook at this thing, either plan it or stop it, or we are going to destroy a whole generation of students. But it's something we must go forward with, but plan it properly and save our children. We don't want one generation of children who say, we lost out.
Very well, your time is up, and good contribution. Honorable Professor Phyllis Bato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice on the ongoing debate on the CBC. Mr. Speaker, we realize that CBC curriculum has been there for...
Order. There's a member who is crisscrossing the House. Could you get yourself organized, please? You may have to go back and then come back. Thank you. You may proceed, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add my voice to the motion which is before us about the CBC. Mr. Speaker, when this CBC system began, it did so because of a reason. The competency-based curriculum was supposed to replace the 844 because you realize that the graduates who were churned out from the 844 were not employable by, I mean, the employers were not very keen on taking them up because they felt that they didn't have competencies. They were not able to perform what they had been taught in institutions of maybe from primary to the university. For example, Mr. Speaker, before I came to Parliament, I was teaching in an agricultural university. We used to get students in first year who have been taken in to do bachelor in agricultural economics or in agriculture, bachelors in agriculture. You take those students to the field and they turn up in high heels and very long nails, and they want to do the practicals of, I mean, they want to be farmers, and they are not ready to wear the right attire. So the reason is that their basic training is, these students were drilled. They were not prepared in the right way to go and become agriculturalists. So they were drilled to go to the university, to go and learn theory, and go to the field, and go and knock employers' doors looking for jobs. So this CBC curriculum is supposed to be a cure to what the 844, the issues which were in 844. The CBC is out to create entrepreneurs, people who can be employers as opposed to people who are seeking for jobs. And that, Mr. Speaker, will go a long way in curing the unemployment in Kenya. So CBC is the way to go. However, it is facing challenges. Challenges which, one, every school, some schools were made to be junior secondary schools. Others were left out. The creation of schools in our constituencies was based on distance. That is the number of kilometers a student would cover to reach to the school. Now, if you refuse to convert all the schools to offer junior secondary school curriculum, it is going to disadvantage others because they are going for a long distance. For example, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, Moibin, we had 133 schools. Less than 100 schools were picked to offer the junior secondary school curriculum. What befalls others? So it faces so many challenges, but that does not mean that we are going to do away with the system and go back to 844. What will we be telling ourselves? What will we be telling our students who have been into this system 9 years down the line? We cannot run away from the problem. The challenges which we are facing are challenges which we can work on. If it is infrastructure, for example, classrooms, if it is the issue of having desks, the teachers, let us support the Ministry of Education by giving them a budget which they can be able to sustain this curriculum, because the future is with CBC. The Teacher Service Commission.
Very well. Your time is up. You really must manage your time. Next to speak on this is Honorable Joshua Mwalio Masinga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this time to speak on the CBC, which is the motion that Honorable Karuma has brought in this House. I want to say that this is the right direction that the government has taken to establish CBC in our learning institutions. And I'm an example of the CBC myself, because I went to a technical school from Form 1, and I started my practicals from that day. And by the time I was finishing for the fourth form, I was able to do electrical, I was able to do a building, I was able to repair a fridge and charge some money. That is the kind of students we want to produce. Because the 844 are unable to get any employment anywhere. And that is why the government had to think the future of this country is going to be for self-employment, is not for white-collar jobs. Because the white-collar jobs are already full. People don't want to retire. Even if they retire, they don't want to go home. They are given an extension. And even before, the government was retiring people at 55. And now they extended to 60. That means the graduates of 844 will have no chance for employment. But when you are a trained person from 7, grade 7, all the way to the Form 4, then you are ready to go. Even if you drop at Form 4, you can start your own workshop of welding. Those the small challenging that we are facing, the parents are facing, and even the leaders are facing, these are teething problems. Let us look for a solution as we are doing now, so that we can make this one practical, so that we mentor these students, we mentor the future engineers, we mentor the future farmers. You have heard what the professor was saying, that ladies who are going to the university for practicals with the nails that are already painted, so you don't want to touch the soil. Those are not the kind of people that we want now to train. We want to train people who can dig, people who can plant trees, people who can go and dig some holes to put some bananas. And therefore, I support 100% CBC, and I say these most motivating problems we will be able to overcome and make our country of people that are employable, who can be able to be self-sustaining, so that we don't have we don't have as much people that are tamaki as they are now. The parents are having a pinch of the 19,000, the total that they are buying uniform, and they are paying some desk and what have you. But even though they have been taking the 844 in boarding schools that are more expensive than the CBC. So I support that we continue improving on the CBC, so that we can be able to create as many responsible people as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Francis Sigei, MP Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity which has come my way. I think, first of all, I would like to start by thanking and applauding Honorable Kaluma for this motion. Mheshimiwa Kaluma has raised the conversation in this country, and I think, as at now, Mheshimiwa Kaluma, the conversation is now normalizing, because it was very emotional in the beginning, but now people are now reasoning. Mr. Speaker, I think the biggest question we must ask ourselves is CBC system good? My answer is yes. Is the implementation of this system right? My answer is no. So, Mr. Speaker, if the question is answered that CBC is the system to go on with, why can't we address the issue of implementation? Mr. Speaker, I want to ask for an audit of the system so that we can be able to now look at it again and see where we can correct. So, Proceed. Mr. Speaker, I thought, so I think what we are going to address ourselves is more of challenges of the system of implementation. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask myself another question which one of my colleagues raised here about the teachers' training colleges. Mr. Speaker, I'm a worried man. All the teachers' colleges are almost empty in this country, and yet we are implementing CBC. So we should ask ourselves, how can we go back and train more teachers? So I think we carry some more audit, do a crash program on training teachers so that we can be able to run this program. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to ask the government to allocate more funds. And in fact, I'm going to ask the government to channel the funds through CDF. Let us get more money in CDF fund so that we can be able to implement some of these programs, particularly the infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I rise and I want to support the motion. I want to say that CBC should continue, but we must amend several areas. This House has a duty to make sure that the system works. And Mr. Speaker, I am going to ask the chairman of the Education Committee that he recalls we can address the working committee, we can look at the whole report and be able to amend where is possible. Mr. Speaker, I support CBC, and I also thank Mr. Kaluma for bringing the motion to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Leah Sankaire, Kajiado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to make my contribution to this important motion before the House by the Honorable Member, Honorable Kaluma. Mr. Speaker, I think a proper survey was not done before introduction and the implementation of CBC. And it was not done, and therefore that is why we have inadequate learning and teaching materials, making it the burden of the parents to provide for the same. If proper planning was done and a proper survey was done, the things that we're discussing here today would have been done at the initial stages or the initial phase of planning. And so when we come to the implementation part of it, we would have put these things in order. So I think, Mr. Speaker, a proper survey was not done, and if it was done, it was not done in all the parts of the country. Sometimes when we rise to maybe go against the debates in the House, it is not that we are against government. We just want to give honest opinions about where we come from, because one of our role is to represent the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from where I come from, CBC is a curriculum of the rich. And I say it's a curriculum of the rich because every single day, parents are burdened to buying materials that children are going to use the following day in school. It is actually hard we are going through very hard economic times, and it is hard for parents to put food on the table, and now they are again burdened with the cost of the CBC studies, where they have to each and every day come up with materials, come up with this and that to support the CBC learning. Mr. Speaker, I have heard people say that some parents are lazy, and that is why they oppose the CBC, because they don't want to do homework with their children. I think that is a wrong notion, because where I come from, a good number of parents are either illiterate or semi-illiterate. We have children that are sent to school to be helped by their parents to do the homework, and the parents cannot read and write, therefore posing a big challenge for the learners and posing also confusion to parents who are supposed to help their children, and they cannot also read and write. So I want to say that it is not a matter of parents being lazy to help their children. It is a matter of parents having the burden to help their children when they are also paying the teachers to help them back in school, because most of them does not have the knowledge to read and write, so they can help their children. Mr. Speaker, the reason we are also saying maybe it is for the few people, it is for the few who's been to school that can actually look at the homeworks and help their children. But we have children down there whose parents have actually not been to school. And so every time they go back to their parents to help them with the CBC studies, they are not able to help them. And we continue leaving other communities behind. We keep saying that we don't want to leave anyone behind when it comes to development issues, but I think these issues of running to decisions and actually implementing things that have not been surveyed well is leaving a lot of communities behind. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my community that CBC may be working in other places, but it's actually a huge burden to the parents. When we come to the recent transition from grade 6 to junior high school, Mr. Speaker, we already have a problem in our community on the number of schools that we have and the distance that children have to walk from from home to school. Recently, when they actually identify the schools that are going to hold the junior high school, a lot of schools were left behind, making it even harder for students to access these schools. And I think it's something that I should also join my colleagues in saying that all these primary schools should actually be made junior high school, so that the children can access without having to go for longer distances. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about the burden of uniform, the burden of having to buy desks, and the burden of having to actually buy materials to support the junior high school. I think it's a huge burden for the parents that they cannot actually support. And so, Mr. Speaker, because I see that my time is up, that is my contribution. I think CBC should be looked at, because maybe it's working somewhere, but it's not working for some communities for the reasons that I've given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rueda Obo, Lamu East.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipatia na mimi nafasi nichangie katika masomo ya CBC. Bwana Spika, jambo lolote jipya hupata upinzani. Bwana Spika, kwa hakika CBC iko na mapungufu mengi. Mapungufu ya upande wa walimu, mapungufu kwa upande wa wazazi, mapungufu kwa majengo, kwa GSS. Tena mapungufu huzidi kwa maeneo bunge mengine. Maeneo bunge mengine kama Lamu ni visiwa, hubidi kisiwa hata kama kina wanafunzi kidogo, lazima kuwe na shule na lazima kuwe na walimu. Na ukisema unawatoa kisiwa kizima wanafunzi wapeleke kwingine ni shida, kwa sababu usafiri wa hapo ni tabu. So hii CBC ilivyoanzwa hawakufikiria na sehemu zingine. CBC hatusemi ni mbaya, lakini kuna sehemu CBC imekuwa kama haiwezekani. CBC ina uzuri wake. Uzuri wa CBC, mimi niko pande zote. Na mtoto ambaye anasoma yako town, anasoma CBC, naona ni mzuri. lakini nawakilisha kule Lamu East ambao CBC kwao inawasumbua. Vile alivyosema mwenzangu, inaonekana CBC ni ya matajiri. CBC uzuri wake, mtoto kweli anakuwa mtoto mzuri, anakuwa amefundishwa vyema. Utaona anakuuliza maswali mpaka wewe mwenyewe mzazi sengine unashindwa kumjibu. Mtoto mdogo wangu ananiambia mama, yeye ako grade 3, ananiambia mama, mimi nataka kuanzisha biashara. Namuuliza nataka kuanzisha biashara gani? Ananiambia nataka kuuza vitabu. Ambapo kwa wengine ilikuwa haiwezekani. Kwa hivyo CBC si mbaya. Lakini mimi hofu yangu Bwana Spika kubwa ni sisi tukifikiria kurudi nyuma. Kurudi nyuma kuna shida zaidi. Kwenda mbele kuna shida. Sasa sisi kama viongozi ni kutafuta suluhisho. Tutafute suluhisho muafaka. Yale mapungufu yote ya CBC, sisi kama viongozi tuko hapa, tushirikiane na ministry, tushirikiane na wazazi na walimu, tuhakikishe mapungufu yale yaweze kurekebishwa. Na ikibidi Bwana Spika, kama hatutaki tena CBC, watu wamesema watupe mtoto na maji yake, basi tuchunge sana. Wakati huo pia tunaweza kuleta shida zaidi, kwa sababu kubadilisha tena kwenda huko, wale wa grade 1 mpaka grade ya 4, wa grade ya 3 utawapeleka wapi? Tutaanza haya mahangaiko tulionayo sasa pia yatarudi vile vile. So ni muhimu kama wizara itahakikisha, ikiwa itawezekana tushirikiane, sisi tuweke bajeti, tuongeze walimu wapatikane zaidi. Na zile sheria kama alivyosema mbunge mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Nekal, ni kwamba saa nyingine utaona hapa hata hizi sheria zinawekwa, kwingine hazifanyi. Kwa sababu kama hizo sheria ziliwekwa nyingi, ingine inasema ati walimu lazima wawe na C+. Ambapo kama area yangu ni masikitiko, hata tuweza kuisema kama ni janga la kitaifa, kwa sababu sisi tumepata B-1 constituency eneo bunge zima, na tuna C+2. Nimepata shule hazina mikakati ya watoto kusoma. Sasa kama sheria zikitungwa hivyo, CBC iwekwe na haijaangalia mtu wa Lamu Mashariki atafanya vipi, atapata walimu kutoka wapi, huwa ni challenge Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi wanasihi wenzangu, hapa kuna kazi. Lazima tufikirie kama viongozi, tupate suluhisho. Asante Bwana Spika.
Basi ndio hivyo, CBC sasa imeenda kwa Kiswahili. Waacha tumjaribu Mheshimiwa Jackson tayari ashasimama, sijui kama atatumia Kiswahili. Asante sana mbunge wa Samburu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. I think, Speaker, according to the contributions, we can say now we have a direction. And Honorable Speaker, we have already started the CBC. We are in it. And I think, according to what very many members have said, it is not possible, Honorable Speaker, that we reverse. That is not possible. And there is no any teacher who will say it is possible to reverse CBC. We have already started. Our students are in it. We only have to solve a few problems which are there. And I think, Honorable Speaker, members know that when we decided to come to CBC, it is because there are so many problems in 844. People complain about 844. And now we are in this new system. Honorable Speaker, we only have to fund the Ministry of Education. That is the only way we have to go. Even the teachers who are in the primary section now, they are possible and they are capable of teaching the grade 7 learners. It's only the ministry which brings a lot of confusion that we need teachers for CBC. There is nothing those teachers cannot teach in that grade 7. So I think, Honorable Speaker, if TSC plus the ministry will only come in and solve that problem of teachers, teachers are capable of teaching. There is nothing difficult in grade 7 more than the class 8. So teachers are there, by the way. If there are infrastructure challenges, I think the government should be able to come in and solve those infrastructure, because we can solve. And with the time, I think we are going to enjoy the CBC. And Honorable Speaker, it is true. When you see the innovation of these children in that grade 6, they are doing a lot of good things, and they are able to do. So if again we say because of the challenges, and one scholar said one time that in any normal society, challenges are there, and they are there to be solved. So the challenges we have, Honorable Speaker, then we are there to solve those challenges. So I think we better go ahead, forge ahead as a country, and solve the issues which are there, and I think our children will be able to enjoy the new system, which is now practical more than the theory. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to end there.
We still have some times. Next is Honorable Charo Kazungu of Ganze is in the House. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also wish to congratulate Honorable Peter Kaluma for bringing this motion that is very timely. Mr. Speaker, the issue of CBC is a very good system of education in Kenya, but it was somehow hurriedly implemented. As a result, now there is a lot of confusion on the ground, because as we speak right now, most of the students that have been admitted for JSS, some of them are yet to begin learning. As we speak right now, especially in my constituency, every primary school has received, every primary school that has been upgraded to JSS has received one teacher to teach 14 subjects. This is practically impossible, Mr. Speaker. And again, the students that have, are being admitted in GSS, some of them are being requested to pay 1,000 shillings admission fees, and parents are asked to send the student to school with their desks. So these are issues that had not been envisaged by the system, and as a result, many parents are finding it very difficult to send their children to this GSS. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the government needs to do something about it, because I think it will have an effect, a bad effect for that matter, to our students in the future. CBC was supposed to replace the 844 system, because 844 was being adjudged to be very theoretical. But I think the government did not prepare well enough for this system, and I can see a generation that is going to suffer in the long term because of the failure of the government to prepare adequately for this changeover. In Ganze, we have 106 primary schools, but out of these, 98 only were upgraded to partake GSS. So that means there are 8 schools that did not qualify. This is a problem because, as you know, Ganze is a very vast constituency and schools are far apart. So we are wondering what these 8 schools are going to do, because the students are still very young. They cannot walk all the way to these schools, but the government has not upgraded them. So that means now there will be failure of some of the students to join GSS. These are some of the challenges that are facing Ganze right now, and I want to thank the Honorable MP, Mr. Kaluma, for bringing up this motion, because it was long overdue, So I really support it and wish the government can come up with ways and means of improving this system for the benefit of our children in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
PM. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, day of 22nd February 2023 at 9:30 a.m.